Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the July meeting of the Town of Poughkeepsie Zoning Board of Appeals. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's what you mind.
Okay, good evening and welcome to a nice air-conditioned room. I appreciate. And also note that this may be a historic meeting. I think it's the last one that's going to be meeting at 7 o'clock. At the last meeting, we voted to begin at 6:30 from now on. And if I forget, 6 o'clock, excuse me. Okay, 6 o'clock, there we go. If I forget at the end of the meeting to make that announcement again, please remind me, and so that everybody's aware of the change. After all, we'd hate to lose our TV audience to turn in an hour late. You know, both of them would be very disappointed. Okay, for those that are new to the zoning board and its procedures, the meeting is divided into two halves. The first half consists of public hearings of each of the applications before us tonight. During that hearing, we'll ask each applicant to come forward, state their name and be sworn in, and then briefly describe what the application is about. At that point, members of the board will have an opportunity to ask questions. When the board is finished, the floor will be open to anyone from the public that wishes to address that application, but that application only. I would also remind everyone that all testimony before the ZBA has to be sworn testimony. So if you wish to speak, you'll need to state your name and then be sworn in. But we welcome your comments. Once we've worked through all of the applications, and by the way, we'll do them in the order in which they're on the agenda, and if you like to have a copy of the agenda, they're available in this little tray that's right here next to our counsel's desk. Once we've completed the public hearings, we'll return to the top of the agenda for the deliberation phase. During this part of the meeting, there's no further input from the applicant or from the public, but everyone is welcome to stay and listen to the deliberations. For each one of the items, we'll have a vote. If you don't wish to stay, you can call the zoning office in the morning and get the results of our deliberations. Okay, the first item, Anthony Leo, 11 Spring Street. And let me just announce for the record that our normal attorney to the board, Lisa Cobb, has recused herself on this particular item, and so filling in for her is Ron Blass, who will be serving as the ZBA counsel for this item. And at the end, Lisa will return. Okay, Anthony. Good evening. So if you just state your name and...
Anthony Leo.
Oh, I thought that gentleman was coming up with you. Mr. Leo, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, so just briefly remind us what you're seeking.
Well, first off, I want to apologize to the board for the delay, and thank you for your patience and waiting for me to get all the material together. I hope I have it all. The next thing on my mind, I just noticed on the venue there that it says that we're asking for an 11-foot variance to end up 8 feet ultimately from the property line. I'm sorry, but that's incorrect. We want to end up 11 feet from the property line.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you raised that point. So let me just, in the advertisement, it was advertised as 8 feet. In fact, what you're seeking is less of a variance. And so that's okay.
I see.
But in the paperwork, we'll correct it. But
I see.
you're absolutely right.
I
Okay.
see. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Yeah.
And, hopefully I can answer any questions you have.
Okay, so this proceeding is a kind of following up an earlier application, and then there was an agreement that was signed. And let me just, kind of the key points of that agreement were that you were, when you reapplied, you were to provide us with a site plan provided by a licensed engineer, architect, and surveyor. And I believe that's what we have.
Correct.
The second was a proposed floor plan, and I believe that also is in the packet right here.
Yep.
A proposed floor plan for the proposed structure which shall be sprinklered. Now, in the drawings here, there was no indication that it was going to be sprinklered.
I'm sorry, that's kind of just preliminary. I mean, it's all pending approval of the building department. I mean, there has to be, of course, a blueprint showing the sprinklers before the building department.
Okay, but those will be on the construction plans.
Absolutely.
Okay. And finally, the completeness of the reapplications will be determined by the town engineering department. And I believe we have a memo from, it was here a minute ago, from Peter Hobday, who looked at the drainage and okay. All right. And then the other was that the zoning board agreed that the existing driveway would be sufficient for the access to the.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So on those issues, are there any questions or comments from members of the board? Okay. I believe in having supplied those, you fulfilled the conditions. So we can, that was what was holding it up, so now we can proceed. Okay. All right, so would you just briefly describe what you would like to build on that site?
A very small house, 2 levels, 18-foot wide by 30-foot long. 2 bedrooms. It's pretty standard, really. A lot of LVLs and, carrying joists and stuff.
Okay.
A little
Okay.
bit.
But a single-family house?
Yes.
Okay. Christine, any questions?
No questions.
Betty?
On the front, facing the street right now, what is that? Is that, it almost looks like you plan to have a little porch or some sort of platform hanging off
Yeah, I
there?
thought I had the setback from the front, which I do, but it doesn't correspond to my total coverage area. It would put me over the 35% allowable impervious coverage, so that can't stay. I'd like to leave it for just a little while to use it as scaffolding, actually, but it's not necessary.
But you don't, what about the basement? Because that looked fairly big to us.
It's a little tall. It's a little above average, I guess, height-wise. It's 99 inches floor to ceiling instead of 98. Size-wise, it's, the inside dimension is 9 by 26. The outside dimension's a little larger. It's 9.5 by.
So on the plan, it shows 2 bedrooms and a bath upstairs, and then a great room and is that a breakfast room? Is that
Yeah,
what that is?
Kitchen, open kitchen design.
Oh, an open kitchen, and then a bathroom off there. But there are windows all the way around the basement.
Now there are, yes, but I'm not sure with the new blueprint. There'll probably be a few for ventilation, but no more than 4.
There's going to be a new blueprint.
Yeah,
And
for the
how-
increased size.
Huh?
For the increased size. Because right now, the building's only 10 by 30 instead of 18
This shows,
by.
this blueprint shows 18 by 30.
Right, that's proposed, that's what we
Yeah,
want to have there ultimately. But right now, it's only half that, it's only 10 by 30 right now.
right. So it is gonna be from the first floor, you're gonna have 2 stories above that.
Yes, 2 stories above the basement.
Right. And how tall? Because that, I don't see that on here actually.
It's 5 feet out of the ground now, so in total, it'll probably be near 25 feet out of the ground to the ridge, to the highest point in.
Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Art?
I just had a question going back to your sprinkler system. I don't know how far we can go on that, but the basins for this, the storage for the sprinkler unit's gonna be in the basement?
Yes,
Okay. That has to be approved by the fire department and everything, the reservoir, the capacity?
I think we have a letter.
Either that or the building department.
Okay,
I mean, it's not something we can do.
okay.
But at some point, somebody will have to sign off on it, yeah.
Okay.
it was my understanding that maybe perhaps they'd both approve it, I'm not sure.
The overhang on the front of the house, you said that will go away?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'm good for now.
I didn't quite understand about the basement. Is there gonna be a full basement under both parts, or?
Hopefully, yes,
Oh, okay,
yes.
okay. And the parking is gonna be on what, essentially a gravel pad?
Yes, on the west
Floor or
side.
something like that?
Yeah, it's on the west side and it's just stone right now.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see, Paul?
I'm sorry, you may have answered this question, but how tall will the building be from grade?
No more than 25 feet. Probably right around there, maybe 24 feet to the ridge. Because it's 4 feet out of the ground now, and it's gonna have 2 floors on top of it, so that would be 20. And then whatever it is to the ridge, so probably like 24, 25 tops.
Okay. And the diagrams of the proposed house, they don't really, the footprint doesn't match up with the footprint that's on your blueprint. Do you have an actual plan for the house?
No, we don't yet. We had a blueprint for the half that, we started to build, but we don't have a blueprint for the entire house with the proposed addition.
That's what I thought this one.
But the final dimension would be 18 by 30.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, Tony?
No questions.
Carmen?
Yes, tell me about the driveway, the parking. How many cars do you think
Just 2 right now. 2 spaces, I mean.
that's what you're thinking about? And I want to go back to the overhang, to the overhang by the road.
Sure.
Well, what was your plan on that overhang again?
I thought, when the house was going to be half size, 10 by 30, our original proposal that we had a blueprint and building permit for, that deck, that could have been a deck and it could have stayed, because we were still going to be way underneath our total impervious coverage. But with the variance and with the addition, there wouldn't be enough. We'd be beyond our allowable coverage. We'd be
Right.
more like 36% or 35 and change.
So you're planning on
Yeah, I'm just gonna cut it off.
cutting that off?
I'll use it for construction if possible, and then
Right.
remove it.
Yeah. And there's 2 bedrooms upstairs
Yep,
and a bath. And downstairs it's the kitchen and
great room,
the great room.
living
Okay.
room.
All right. That's all the questions for right now.
Okay, any other question? Yeah, Art?
Paul asked a question about the height. First, it was gonna be 5 feet out of the ground, now it's gonna be 4 feet out of the ground. Which one is right?
Right now, it's actually 5 feet out of the ground. On the other half, the proposed half, it's probably gonna end up being more like 4 feet out of the ground. The grade, changes there, the elevation, I mean.
Okay, and you're saying the parking is for 2 cars, and you keep saying for now when you answer the questions. What do you mean for now?
I just mean that that's all
You're
we
gonna
have
have
room for.
you're gonna have more people living in that house than,
Oh, no, we don't have any plans for any expansion like that or any further usage. I just meant for now because that's all the space we have available to utilize, within the limits of the 35% coverage.
and the other question, I think I have to direct probably to us, if we don't have a final plan for the new proposed house, we're back to where we were, aren't we?
No, the stipulation, as I understand it, called for and I'll read it, a proposed floor plan, not necessarily a blueprint that would be a construction document. I mean, we almost never get those. But
Okay.
a floor plan that shows the basic layout of the house and gives us the footprint, which I know the shape isn't quite the same on the site plan, but I believe the length and width, overall length and width are correct.
Hopefully, yes.
Right, I mean, essentially it's 30 feet long, 18 feet.
Yeah, the architect, when he made that rendering, he drew it to scale. And I scaled it, it came out to be exact.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the application at 11 Spring Street? Yes, sir.
Good evening, my name is Patrick Warman, attorney representing Mr. and Mrs. Green, who are the next door neighbors.
Okay,
Mr. Warman, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth?
If you call me Mr. Moore, I will, but if you call me Mr. Moore,
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote that down. That's right, I do remember you now, Mr. Moore. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to address my client's concerns. My clients have been neighbors to this property for 14 years. My own particular view, part of what the purpose of zoning is to preserve the character of the neighborhood. It's my belief on behalf of my neighbors that this application does little to preserve the character of an already densely populated neighborhood. I don't understand why the applicant needs a variance that's going to move him 9 feet closer to my client's property line than would be the case if he designed a house that wouldn't provide for that. It doesn't make sense to me. And I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but I don't know why he's not presenting an alternative to construct a home that's not on top of my neighbor's home, because that's not preserving the character of my client's neighborhood. I also have a question about the driveway. And I could be wrong about this because I have not seen the survey map that Mr. Chally had in your hands before. Is there a proposed new driveway for this property?
no.
So, okay.
My understanding is that the existing driveway was approved as a legal driveway for the purposes of the house at the very end. I believe owned by Ms. McCabe. That would be at what, 13? I think it's at 13. McCabe is at 9? Okay, at 9 Spring Street. And that was approved some years ago. And I believe in November of 1998, the zoning board issued an authorization pursuant to Town Law 280A3 for a driveway to serve the premises adjacent to 13 Spring Street. And so the argument is that if the driveway is sufficient for number 11, it is also adequate for number 13.
And it's also used by my clients at 15 Spring.
Is it?
Absolutely. It's the same driveway. Or, no, I'm sorry, the driveway crosses their land.
Yes.
It's an easement that burdens the land. Yeah, I see.
Right, but they have a separate driveway
Understood.
for their vehicles.
Got it.
Yes.
So the purpose of that easement is to cross the land to get from one location to another. Is the plan for parking to park on the easement?
No.
Okay.
No.
Parking locations, which were stated on the record to be on the driveway, are not on the driveway that is the easement area?
No, on the site plan, there are two parking places, both of required size, and they'll be located on the west side of the building.
Away from my clients?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And that was the question I was asking about what that surface would be.
The application I have in front of me is dated 12/1/14. Is that the one we're acting on tonight? December 1st, 2014, signed by Mr. Leo?
The application,
Page,
did he? Oh, yes, okay, right. And it's been adjourned several times.
oh, no, I've been victim of that. I showed up without
Yes,
knowing a couple
I
times.
recall that, yes,
Right.
yes.
So the application is calling, in addition to the variance, it seems to be calling for an interpretation. Are you gentlemen and ladies reading it that way?
No.
Because it's filled out, subsec, capital A for interpretation applications. The applicant states R10 zone for 93 years, defined by 2005 permit, local law 15/2010 amended 21060. So
Oh,
you're not ruling on that.
no, no. As far as I know, there's been no, I mean, usually a request for an interpretation, quotes a specific piece of the zoning code and says, hey, guys, what's this mean? There's been none of that. I think it's a straightforward area variance.
Okay. Couple other things. The R10 criteria, was it a different setback? Was it not 20 feet? If anyone knows?
On the sides,
Yes.
they were 10 and 20 at one time.
Okay.
See, the way I'm reading the application is that the applicant needs to revert, at least that's what he has on paper. He has to revert back to the R10 side yard requirements to get out from underneath his side yard problem. And if he purchased the property, acquired the property when it was an R20, why should he have the benefit of reverting back to a zoning change that the town board put forth?
Excuse me, I purchased the property as an R10.
Yeah,
Okay?
the criteria that we're using are the current criteria. And that's why he needs the side yard variance for the 11 feet. I mean, all the others, the impervious surface, the front and the back, the west side yards are all the current zoning. The only thing that kind of holds over from the earlier code is that back when all of this was laid out, all of the lots in this neighborhood, and there are a lot of them that are quite small, were all legal. They were legal building lots. And so once that is established, we now have a genuine legal building lot to which we now apply the current criteria.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
And I understand. I was under the impression that he acquired it when it was R20. If he acquired it when it was R10, and a change, that fills in a blank for me, so I appreciate that.
Somewhere in this is,
Somewhere in this mess of paper?
yeah, and it may, I may have gotten it from the parcel access, about when the parcel was actually purchased.
That's fair enough. That's a matter of public record anyway.
Yes,
You indicated that the engineer's comments address drainage.
yes.
Does the concern here is the easement that is a driveway crosses my client's property. Is there any concern about drainage or runoff impacting that driveway?
Yes, and we have a report and a proposal from Berger Engineering that calls for the installation of a new catch basin, and it will be located just inside Mr. Leo's property line at the edge of the driveway. And the idea is, and then there will be a culvert underneath the driveway, again on his property, that would have an outfall in that old stream area.
Is that shown on the site plan, Mr. Chairman?
It is shown on, not on the survey document, but it's on an amended site plan document that Mr. Berger has submitted, and which the assistant town engineer has reviewed and said is adequate.
Okay.
But apparently, the idea is that the property at number 13 actually is part of a bigger watershed area, and that the idea is to intercept that water
Before it could cause a problem?
before it goes down Spring Street. At least that's, I'm summarizing what the town engineer
Understood.
has submitted.
So, just to back up, may I just take a quick peek at that site plan?
The drainage one,
No, the map. I stopped by the other day, it wasn't.
this one? Okay. This is the amended that shows the catch basin right there. Okay.
There's also a second catch basin currently 20 feet lower than that before it gets to the road.
I was concerned about the driveway, not the road. The town's concerned about the road. I
Okay,
was concerned about my client's property.
yeah, okay.
Understood. If Mr. Leo is using that driveway in conjunction with anyone else, that anyone else and Mr. Leo can't sell a property to a buyer acquiring a mortgage unless there's a driveway maintenance agreement in place. My understanding from my client is that a Mr. Fate, who I don't know who that is, now undertakes to plow this driveway gratuitously. There's no maintenance agreement in effect outlining whose responsibility it is to take care of that. It's more than just a minor problem.
That may very well be the case. I'm not sure that that's relevant to
Any
our,
problem for the last 15 years, sir, number one, and number two, the owners of that house that purchased that
Yeah,
house were
yeah.
not interested in making.
excuse me, all comments have to be on the record, but
Okay. And just the last point, your point is that the zoning board previously provided an interpretation or an opinion that the driveway plan was sufficient to meet the town code?
Yes.
Because the code language seems to read, a buildable lot shall adjoin and have access to an improved street. A lot doesn't adjoin an improved street. It adjoins an easement. And my view of that is that that does not comport with the language of the town code.
Okay, I mean, I wasn't here in 1998. I have not, I will confess, gone back and looked at that agreement. You may have a point.
I want to put my points on the record and I'll stop, you know?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I might have something of value to add
Okay.
in this regard. There was a prior Article 78 proceeding
Yes.
related to this matter, and the petitioner was Mr. Leo, and the respondent was the Zoning Board of Appeals,
Right.
this agency, with respect to an earlier determination made in 2012, I believe, denying the application at that particular point in time.
Yes.
At that particular point in time, one of the applications to the ZBA in 2012 was for a variance under 280A relative to the rule pertaining to frontage on a public street.
Right.
That Article 78 proceeding was settled by a stipulation of settlement signed by both parties, including the town's attorney. In the context of that settlement stipulation, it was agreed that there would not be a need for a 280A variance from the provision that Mr. Moore is citing to, as well as 280A of the town law. By virtue of the fact that a 280A variance had earlier been given years before relative to lots 1 and 2, which are currently owned by McCabe, if I recall correctly. And it was only sensical that the same variance relief would apply to the section of the driveway that crosses the Leo parcel as well. And for that reason, that provision of that stipulation was made.
Understood. It's in the stipulation. I read it, but
Yeah.
I appreciate the backdrop, so,
Okay.
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 Well, those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the audience that wishes to address the application at 11 Spring Street? Okay, hearing none. If there are no further questions from the board, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Okay. Next.
Chairman,
Yes.
I'll be recusing myself on Malabar,
Okay.
Overrocker, Overlook, and 95 Spackenkill Road.
My goodness.
Wow.
You're
What a guy.
an involved man, aren't you?
I'm a recuser.
Okay. All right. So we are absent one of our regular members, Larry Sloman, and Paul is normally our alternate. So in this case, Phyllis Capone will be a voting member for all of the items on which Paul is recusing himself. Okay, items 2 and 3, Malabar Realty, 798 Dutchess Turnpike, and 219 Overrocker Road. Okay. Oh, there should be an easel in there somewhere. Oh, good. Okay, so let's have each of you state your names for the record and be sworn in.
Lajan, Malabar Realty.
Okay.
Vic Marchese, Vic's Garage.
Okay.
James Haroy, I'm from the law firm of Stenger, Roberts, Davis, and Diamond, representing Malabar Realty.
Rich Tompkins, Maury Architects.
Gentlemen, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay. Just for the record and for the public, this is a matter you've presented before. It's been adjourned. A number of things have been submitted about this. So I would ask all of those that are going to be involved in this tonight to don't repeat things. We've got quite a substantial pile of documentation here, but please highlight what you think are the key issues and any new things that have come up so that we can have an efficient discussion here. Okay, having said that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. When last we were here, this was the first time I appeared as attorney for the applicant, and there were some issues relative particularly to the site plan, to the special permit that is requested here. The applicant is requesting several variances regarding a property located at 798 Dutchess Turnpike and 219 Over Rocker Road, which is depicted on the map here. Currently there's two tax parcels. The applicant is seeking to ultimately combine the two tax parcels. What currently exists, the parcels are in a somewhat strange configuration. The parcel that's has an address of Over Rocker Road has a 16-foot flag that extends out to Route 44 to Dutchess Turnpike. The other parcel that's on the triangular corner between Over Rocker Road and Route 44, and that was the parcel on which Vic's Garage was located. The applicant...
I think there's a traveling mic there, if you wouldn't mind.
It might not be on, just check it.
Is it on now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Here's the parcels as they currently stand with the existing conditions. This is the former Vic's Garage. There's a trailer that was used for automobile sales, and then an existing apartment building. What's hatched in the middle of the parcels is the buildable area as the lots currently are configured. The back parcel is a very small area, and this would be the area on the front parcel with respect to the existing setbacks on the parcel. The parcel itself is somewhat misleading. There's a large portion that was used for gas station purposes out, which is now currently within the DOT right-of-way. And the site plan application that's currently pending before this planning board, we've requested from the DOT the right to put some landscape plantings out in those areas. So that's one of the things that we're requesting. One of the variances that is requested is a variance regarding impervious coverage, and some of the landscaping, because of the small size of the lot, is actually taking place off of the actual parcel itself within the DOT right-of-way. And the applicant is asking that consideration for that be, or the ZBA take that into consideration when looking at the variance with respect to the impervious coverage. The site plan, the proposed use of the property would eliminate the current Vic's Garage building, as well as the trailer building and Actually, we eliminate all the buildings that are currently existing on the lot. It would be replaced with a 4,500 square foot convenience store, and then 3 gasoline islands with 6 pumps and with a canopy overhead. And then part of the application is a request for a special use permit to allow for the rental of trailers on the site, which is a use that currently exists. We're looking to continue that use. One of the variances is to allow for the parking of a rental truck within a required yard. So one of the requirements under the code is that a rental vehicle cannot be parked within a required yard. And then the other variances that are requested are with respect to setbacks and the issue, the variance that has been generated quite a lot of interest from a legal point of view is a variance regarding a 500-foot provision regarding the establishment of a gasoline or motor vehicle service facility. Otherwise, in English, would be a gasoline station. The property had been used as a gasoline station since probably sometime before 1930. There's been a very, very long history of gasoline being dispensed at this site. One of the issues was back and forth with counsel for your board, was whether or not we could, in essence, rest on the laurels of the prior site plan. A special use existence on the site. One of the things that was identified in the zoning code is that to the extent that a business, a special use is expanded, the code requires a new special use permit. It doesn't set any kind of threshold as far as how much of an expansion or the method by which the expansion is to be considered. Is it size of the building? Is it size of various things on the lot? So based on that and my conversation with Ms. Cobb, we consented that we, in fact, require a special use permit for this with respect to at least the expansion such that it is on the site. So with respect to that, the code provides that a gasoline station, in order to establish a gasoline station under the code, it must be not within 500 feet of an existing residential use on a property in a residential district. So, or an existing residence in a residential district. So the reason why it's drafted that way is, for example, if you had a residence located in an industrial or a business district, it wouldn't count that way. So you have to look at a residential use within a residential district. On the site plan, the adjacent lot to this, one of the things, again, it's easier to see on the existing drawing. This lot continues out to Route 44. And right here, this lot here is in the BH zone. If you look on the site plan, here's the end of the BH zone. And the building right now, the edge of the building is actually adjacent to the BH zone. So as it stands right now, there is no structure that abuts the residential zone. We have a fence that's proposed, and one of the variances is for an increase in the fence height to better screen the property that's directly adjacent to the 219 Overrocker parcel. So the measurement that would be applicable would be the distance from ostensibly the corner of the building to the house on this lot back here. And again, because of the small nature, what is proposed after the merger of the lot is for a 15-yard rear yard setback, a 15-foot rear yard setback, where 40 is required, and then a 37-foot 4-inch setback from the edge of the building to the edge of the property line along Over Rocker Road. We comply with the front yard setback on Dutchess. The other thing is, in this property, we have no side yards. We have 2 front yards and a rear yard because of the triangular configuration of the lot. And then there's variances that are required with respect to, the smaller one here is 24 feet, 2 inches for the proposed setback for the building, for the canopy over the gas pumps, which is required by the fire code, out to the property line. And then also we've got another setback, which is again here, 12 feet 4 inches from the corner of the canopy out to the property line, which again, the property line is somewhat misleading, as there's a large portion of the front portion of the property within the Route 44 right-of-way due to a DOT taking. In fact, while the tanks were removed on the site, it was found that some of the tanks were actually within the DOT right-of-way, as well as the town right-of-way. Because of the age of the building, the road got wider and wider. But again, with respect to the 500-foot setback, the applicant or special use permit requirement, one of the issues that was raised was that procedurally that this should be treated as a use variance rather than an area variance. We cited the case of Real Holdings versus Lehigh, a New York Court of Appeals case, which stood for the proposition that a variance, a length variance with respect to a special use permit is treated as an area variance pursuant to Town Law Section 274B, which is the section that deals with special use permits. And I believe that's been acknowledged by Mr. Adams and Mr. Olson, who had originally raised those issues. As Mr. Adams correctly notes, that still does not necessarily take the issue out of control of the ZBA. The ZBA now is looking at it as an area variance as opposed to a use variance. One of the issues that has been raised in the last correspondence that was submitted by Mr. Adams and by Mr. Olson goes to the issue of feasibility. And the issue that was presented in that correspondence is that, in essence, the variance for that particular, for the 500 feet should be denied because the applicant always has the ability to change the use on the property. That's something that, other than a gas station, that doesn't require a special use permit. The issue with respect to that is that this is an ongoing business, as it was, for many years, an ongoing business as a gasoline station. My client is in the business of operating gasoline stations. He operates a gasoline station down in Fishkill, and he bought the property for the purposes of operating a gasoline station. The provision regarding alternatives that the Zoning Board of Appeals uses in identifying whether or not that criteria is met, it says an alternative that is feasible to the applicant. It is not that there are other alternatives that may be potentially available. The question is whether or not that is feasible to the applicant. The case law that deals with it is that a person had submitted an application seeking an area variance, a special use variance to put a patio at a restaurant adjacent to the ocean. And the request was that, well, you always had the ability to put it someplace else on the property, not near the ocean. And the idea was that what the court had said was that the alternative is related to the goal of the applicant. In this case, it would be a gasoline station. In the Town of Poughkeepsie Code, with respect to motor vehicle uses, motor vehicle sales, motor vehicle repair, motor vehicle facility, all of those uses require a special permit. And that's the history of this property since the 1920s, 1930s, have all been motor vehicle related uses. So in essence, for the applicant to say that we have to go to a non-motor vehicle related use would be totally out of character with the property, for one, and number two, is a substantial financial gamble for the applicant. This is a site that has been historically used for gasoline sales and automobile repairs. It's got a track record, it's got a known history. For the applicant to come back and say, well, maybe it'll work as a bank, or maybe it'll work as a bakery. The applicant would have to spend a substantial amount of money to come in and reconfigure the whole plans for this property, and in essence throw nearly 100-year history of the property down the tubes. And we would submit that in the good discretion of the board that we would ask that that the board look at the alternatives again as being feasible with respect to the history of this property. Notwithstanding the fact that this property has had an oil spill in the past and has some cleanup would probably affect the ability of this property to be sold for other purposes other than a gasoline use. So having said that, I know I apologize for the length. I tried to keep it short, but there's quite a number of issues related to this. So if there's no other, Rich? So having said that, I'll turn it back over to the board.
Okay, all right, well.
Certainly answer any questions.
No, you've given us a very thorough overview of this and addressed, I think, some of the issues that had come up earlier. So let's just see if there are questions. Christine?
No questions.
Betty?
No questions.
Art?
Rental vehicle, they're gonna be the trailers, or did you say a truck? One truck?
U-Haul,
One
Are they
truck?
truck or trailers?
Truck or trailers?
regular truck, like four of them, right?
Both a truck and a trailer.
Trailer would be more long. You only
No, we're talking about the small U-Haul trailers.
Right, but he's also talking about gasoline, a driven vehicle, the trucks, how many?
Four spots total.
That would include the trailers?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
Not right now.
Why is it essential that you have the rental business?
It's been used there for U-Haul for so many years. When I purchased also, we continued using it. And we were the best in the town. When we are operating the place, we were actually rated the best place for U-Haul. Other than the U-Haul owned the business, someone in the South Street. Other than the entire Poughkeepsie was rated as the best in U-Haul rental.
To what extent is the rental business essential to the success of this proposal?
50-50. Like,
Wow, I find that.
Sounds a little high.
it means
That
like
sounds-
I don't really necessarily want to have that extra on that premises. It's only a service I am providing to the customers. U-Haul don't really generate any money. It's actually a headache, but our business is a service. So that's the only reason I take. If town.
I understand the history of it, and you know that's an issue. Okay, let me come then to what I think is the main concern that I have, and that's that it seems to me that the central issue here really is the size of these two parcels. If you add them together, it's what, 0.81 acres. This is not a big area. And in the BH zone, as the current code has it, the minimum size of a parcel should be 2 acres. And so we're already starting, and I know that we can't require you to have the 2 acres because these have both been legal lots for a long time, and that's fine. But the point is that in terms of all the variances that you're seeking, all of them come back to the fact that it's a small lot. And as my father used to say back in North Dakota, what it looks like we're doing here is trying to put 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag. And so part of my concern is the intensity of the use on the small parcel requires what is a long list, actually one of the longest lists I can remember, of separate variances to make this work. And so I guess I'm asking, I understand that any reasonable use of these two parcels is going to require some variances. You know, just from its history. These parcels were laid out a long time ago. So I'm perfectly willing to think about variances, but I'm also concerned, is there a way that a somewhat less intensive use, and that's why I raised the issue of the rental vehicles. You know, that might reduce the number of variances that are needed without substantially reducing the benefit to
I
you.
agree that.
The other question I have when I was thinking about this, I was looking at it, and you have 3 gasoline islands. In each one of those has 2 pumps.
Correct.
So that's 6 pumps, and each pump can be used on each side. So potentially you could have 12 cars at one time.
Correct. See, looking to future, the gasoline usage is converting to electrical, and that's why I proposing 11 parking in the front. Some of some of those parking will be converted to electrical charges, all that kind of usage in future. Right now we have a lot of electrical cars running. So around by 2052, our gasoline usage will be reduced to a lot less than what we use now.
Then why do you need 12 pumps?
That's a parking. That's a parking I can reduce the size of the building, we are actually propose like a 90 into 50, which is 4,500 square foot. That can be reduced the width of the building so that we will have a less coverage on the property, reducing 1,000 square foot.
I mean,
also
yeah, but quite frankly, the size.
I mean, actually, I didn't even.
The size of the building is not a particular concern to me, in part because the building itself it seems to me an important kind of screening element to the neighborhood. I mean, a number of people that live in the area have commented that one of their concerns is that taking down that apartment building really opens out the end of that street in ways that never existed before. kind of opens them out onto the Route 44 corridor with all of its commotion.
But
and
wherever
what-
we have the apartment building, it's all will be a grass area. It won't be open to any driveway or anything.
Yeah, well, in fact, that's part of the problem, that it will be open. And people, it's, look, that apartment building is no thing of beauty. I mean, it's condemned right now.
Right.
So, but it does sit and serve as a kind of block to the end of that street. And so that's what I'm concerned about. We'll come back to that later, but let me continue with this business of the gas pumps. I think the last time you were here, we asked, how many cars, and I think you said that the business plan called for like 2,000 gallons of gas a day.
At least 2,000 gallon, that's what I said.
Oh, okay. And some documentation has been submitted that suggests that to do 2,000 gallons a day, you don't need 12 pumps. That, a third of that. So let's just let me get a little more
That
specific.
calculations very intensive, like, nowadays people come park, they park on the pumps, they go to the convenience store and
I
they
know,
don't
they
want.
drive me crazy when they do that. It just makes me nuts.
I know, but if we ask them to move, they don't like to. So it's better we provide little more space for them.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I thought.
What I was going to suggest is instead of having 3 gasoline islands, what if you had 2? And that would allow you to move a good bit of things to the left, and would open up a little more space. I mean, even if it were 10 feet behind the building, that would allow you to put in some meaningful screening, trees, a substantial fence. Yeah.
The problem, if we did that, we actually would probably lose this in and out on Over Rocker Road, because when you take this and move this over, these last few spaces on this side would actually have to be removed in order to do that, to get the in and out on Over Rocker. And since we're not allowed to make the left turn out onto Route 44, that would actually, I think, hurt our entrance and egress from the property.
Okay.
If we just take this whole thing and slide it over, you can see, that would sort of ruin where that entrance would be.
Yeah.
And it may affect some of the other parking as well, just for the circulation around this when we start moving that.
Okay.
And just back to what we were talking about earlier, again, with the parking spaces for the pumps, because this isn't just a gas station, because it is the convenience store, we have the feeling that there are going to be more people that are going to be parking at the pumps and then running in to get whatever, soda, milk, whatever, that's the whole point of the convenience store, is to have those people. And like you said, I get annoyed, the same as you do, when I can't find a gas pump because everybody's inside. So that was kind of the thinking behind it. It wasn't to just,
Okay.
maximize everything. There was a little bit of thought behind some of what we were trying to do with it.
Okay. Just one quick thing, and then I'll let others ask. It wasn't clear in what was submitted, but the kind of overall traffic plan is that people coming west on Route 44 would have to go on to Overrocker to get into the station. Then when they left, they would go left onto Overrocker, and then another left onto 44?
They can,
Correct.
there is a left hand on over Route 44 too.
Yeah, and that would be legal,
Yes.
to make a left turn there.
Yeah, in fact.
Would it be rational to make a left turn there?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because we had this conversation with the planning board. And in fact, the town highway super wanted us to put up a no left turn. And we had a meeting with the planning board and with the town highway super and DOT. And DOT actually refused to put a left-hand turn there unless the accident reports would prove to do that. In fact, DOT called it a friendly intersection because the traffic is slowed down by the stoplights, that people let people out more often. Straight
Okay.
from DOT.
Okay.
And the accident reports, I believe there were 2 since 2012. So I believe what they came back. Not 100% sure, but it was somewhere around that number.
Okay. Tony?
I have no questions.
Okay, Phyllis?
The diagram kind of shows,
You grab a microphone. Yeah.
so you're really planning on making a left out on 44?
If somebody wants to continue west, yes. And again, we reviewed that with DOT, and again, in fact, the town highway super actually wanted that no left turn, and we had a meeting specifically about that.
Okay. Have you done a traffic study on what the increased flow will be on Overrocker as a result of this facility?
I believe they did a brief study. I don't think it was a full-blown traffic study. I don't have those I don't have that with me right now, but that was one of the questions that the planning board had brought up.
Is there a way we could get a copy of that
Well,
traffic study?
this is yet to go for a full planning board review, correct?
No, we've been in front of the planning board. We have had a full review. They stopped us until we iron out the issues with the
Okay,
variances.
but they have not signed off on the final plan?
No, I think the traffic was, I believe, at rest as far as that was concerned. The only thing that we're in front of them really for is architectural review, lighting and landscaping is some of the things that we still have left with them. But I believe the traffic and egress, ingress, all of that has been.
The planning board issued a neg deck on 2/19/2015.
Right.
In this matter, and I believe it was coordinated review. So necessarily, they looked at the traffic issue in issuing the neg deck. That's not to say, for your purposes, it's, according to the record, the planning board issued a negative declaration on 2/19/2015, and part of that consideration would have been the traffic impacts with respect to the site. So that's, again, for seeker purposes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Could you address how you're going to manage the end of the property that butts up into the residential area in order to mitigate the impact of this property? What are you going to do in that corner?
In this area?
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's one of the variances that was suggested by the planning board, was for the taller fence to extend closer to the road. So that was actually suggested by them in some of our meetings that we had, to help screen between the neighbor and our property at this end of the property, on the southwest side. The rest of this is all going to be lawn area. That's where our septic system is proposed. So an underground septic system with a lawn area.
And is there going to be any landscaping in there, or is it just going to be grass?
This is all lawn in this area because we can't plant trees or anything where the septic system is. So we're just proposing some small shrubs around the perimeter of the dumpster enclosure, and then a 3-foot-high vinyl fence along over Rocker Road.
And the dumpster enclosure is going to be right up against Overrocker?
That's in this area here, yes.
Oh.
That's what, we've been asked to construct a masonry dumpster enclosure so that it's not going to be a vinyl fence that's going to be destroyed in a year or two. This will be a masonry enclosure.
And is that going to impact visibility while you're coming and going on Overrocker?
No, that's, again, one of the things that the planning board has brought up, and that's why we return the 3-foot-high vinyl fence, so that the visibility doesn't.
No, I meant I was referring to the enclosure.
No, I know that. I'm referring to the fence allows us to see further down. That's why we reduced the fence, and we've kept that dumpster enclosure off the property line. Those are some of the things that we were working out with the planning board.
At the front of the property, there's a little circle. Is that?
This here?
Yeah, is that park-like seating, or is that just going to be, what are you going to do with that? Because that's the part that the DOT
Yeah,
owns,
technically,
right?
yeah. The property line ends where my hand is, so that entire circular area is actually DOT property. We're not really proposing any use out there. That's just going to be grass and landscaping. That's where we referred to getting the approval from DOT to plant some small shrubs. In fact, this plan reflects the tree, but since then, we've met with DOT. They don't want any trees. They don't mind small bushes, but no trees.
I have no further questions at this time.
Carmen?
Okay. And would you consider the number of pumps, the gas pumps, reducing that number?
I would like to have 6 pumps because it's the way we laid out these pumps are very feasible to the lot now. Is in and out is very easy. So 6 pump is. I think that's what I'm proposing.
Again, just to repeat what I already said, I think, again, part of the idea of having the pumps is when they do pump their gas and they park and then go inside to pay, go inside to use the convenience store. It's a possibility that we could lose business with the pumps being, totally full with parking because they're inside using the building.
Right.
The other part of that is by taking off a pump, it won't reduce really any of the setbacks, again, because of the configuration of where we're in and out and the triangular site. We're not going to be able to move one building or the pumps closer. So as far as impervious coverage, setbacks requirements, none of those would necessarily change if we took, 2 of the pumps
Right.
out.
Well, the first time we were out there, it seemed like a long walk from the pumps to the convenience store.
Yeah, again, that's just that we actually have minimum clearances behind the parking and a car parked at one of the pumps. So I can't necessarily slide the pumps any closer because then I won't have the required backup space for the parking
For
spaces.
the other parking.
And again, handicap requirements are going to require the parking spaces for handicap to be close to
Right.
the building and close to the building entrance.
No further questions right now.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
I've got one.
Okay.
And I think it was raised by the residents that live behind, or there's one house or two. I thought it was discussed about the noise from the AC units, et cetera. Where are you proposing to put them? Between the building and the back fence?
They are. Some of these items were addressed after we submitted to the zoning board, but while we were in front of the planning board. But we do have, again, the air condensing units are about in the middle of the building, which again, represented by what Jim was discussing earlier, the property line for the other commercial property next to us actually ends right there at the bottom of my hand. And this is the location of the condenser pumps, roughly the middle of the building.
Is it at all feasible to move those down to where you were talking about parking the trailers and park the trailers?
That's certainly a possibility. We
To
could
get
move
them
those
away
up
from the
further.
residents? Is that something you'd be willing to
Absolutely.
look at?
We could definitely look at that. I mean, obviously, there's certain requirements with how far they can run, but we can certainly look at moving those forward and, even
Okay.
possibly adding some more screening if we need to.
And the other question I had, and I think we discussed this quickly last time, your lighting. What time is this establishment going to close at night typically, do you figure? Midnight? You're not a 24-hour operation.
Yeah,
You are.
we are not 24 hours. We open 5 to midnight, that's it.
So at midnight, what happens to your parking lot lights? They go off?
There will be some motion sensor lights will be on the south side and north side, like motion sensor active lights.
But I'm referring to, your brightest lights are going to be, aren't you going to have pole lights in the parking lot? Or are they only going to be in the cover for the pumps?
No, we do have some,
Canopy lights.
we
will
do
be
have light
switched
poles
off.
and canopy lights. And again, that's part of the reason for the layout with the pumps on the corner, is again, because we're trying to use the building as a shield for those
Buffer.
lights. And we do have minimal lights that we have around the
Security
south
lighting,
and
right?
west side would be security, and again, required by code for any exits. But the majority of the lights, you're right, they are going to be on the canopy and in the parking area, which would be screened from the
But
residential.
they will go off at midnight? Because you won't need the canopy lit at midnight, right? After midnight, the canopy doesn't require lighting, does it?
I would assume it would be at least scaled back so that it's maybe every
Canopy
other
lights
light
will
or
be
something.
switched off
Okay.
when you close.
That's part of the review that we haven't had yet with the planning board is we actually,
Sorry.
no, that's okay. We received all the light levels and we have those on the plan. We just
Okay.
haven't been able to present it yet.
Yeah, I would just second that. When I was on the town board, one of the things that I got most complaints about was a service station, gas station in a residential area, and it was the lights that bothered people most. And so I think there are ways of designing non-intrusive lights. I hope that would be part of your plan.
Recessed in the canopy. Yeah, one of the requirements from the planning board was that the canopy lights be recessed in the canopy. So they're not hanging down and it does cut off some of the glare that's spread from the light because it's recessed in the canopy.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, if not, is there anyone from the audience that wishes to address the application from Malabar Realty?
Yes, there's someone behind the.
Okay, I don't know who wants to go first. John?
Mr. Chairman, at the last meeting,
Mr. Adams, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York. Now you can go.
Mr. Chairman, there are a number of stakeholders in this proceeding who made themselves very vocal. The applicant, my client, Gasland, these adjacent residential neighbors. At the last meeting, recognizing that there are a lot of complex legal issues here, you, with the agreement of the applicant, said, we're going to follow the following protocol. I want to see all your comments in writing by a certain date. We submitted something, the applicant submitted nothing. You also asked that the applicant submit to the zoning administrator the issue of gas sales. As far as I know, nothing has ever been submitted by the applicant about gas sales, although I guess he's still, to some extent, asking you to believe that there were gas sales here. Now the applicant comes in today and puts a new spin on an application, apparently acknowledging implicitly that, in fact, there has been a discontinuance of gas sales. You have now putting the stakeholders, meaning Gasland and the adjacent residents, at a disadvantage. You set a ground rule, they didn't follow it, they get a benefit by being able to comment on our comments. I ask you how you're going to rectify that. Now, that disadvantage that you created for the stakeholders who are members of the public has now been exacerbated because there's been reference to conversations between counsel for the board and counsel for the applicant. Keeping in mind that at one time, both these people were the same firm. Now, there's an unwritten rule that says because you're a quasi-judicial body, people should not be able to approach you to discuss matters before you. Having acknowledged that legal issues in this matter may be paramount, the applicant then uses the back door. He can't approach you directly. He approaches counsel. I believe that's improper. I'd ask you again, how are you going to rectify this situation where the other stakeholders have been put at a disadvantage? You need to address those issues. Now, apparently, there is a concession tonight that the 500-foot rule requiring a separation between a gas station and the boundaries, keep that in mind, the boundaries of an adjacent residential district and isn't now applicable. I've heard absolutely nothing other than, or how the applicant intends to mitigate that 500-foot separation. A fence doesn't mitigate that separation. The applicant, in my mind, has fully failed to come up with any justification that would permit you to depart from that standard. The applicant has also apparently suggested that I'm still hearing I can't downsize this. Even though I'm only selling 2,000 gallons of gas a month, I can't downsize this. I don't think you should accept this continual disinclination and refusal to explore alternatives. He's simply not going to do it. His refusal to explore those alternatives, in my mind, invites there's something out there that he hasn't disclosed that's out there. Parking certainly isn't a justification for those additional pumps. You can have parking spots, and you don't have to have pumps serving those parking spots. So his explanation, well, I got to have 12 pumps because they're parking, that's, quite frankly, that's silly. There's no justification for it. If he wants parking areas for the convenience store, he can have parking areas for the convenience stores. He wants greater gas sales. He certainly wants more than 2,000 gallons a month. He simply isn't being forward, in my mind, in terms of saying that. I've submitted to you an extensive analysis of the variances that are being sought and why they shouldn't be sought. You asked at the beginning of this meeting, please don't repeat things that I've already said. I've said it in writing. You've had 2 weeks to look at it. I'm sure you have. So I'm not going to go through my whole analysis again. I'm just going to revert back to my concern that I expressed at the beginning, that the stakeholders who have an interest in this have been put in disadvantage by the actions of the applicant, and I ask you to rectify the disadvantage that those stakeholders have been placed in.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could I just briefly respond to that one comment?
Okay.
With respect to that issue, what the position of the applicant originally was, that based on the prior use of the property, we did not require a new special use permit. That was one of the issues that we had raised in our briefing and at the last meeting. Based on the information that was provided to me by your counsel, we recognize that whether it's an expansion or whether it's viewed to be a continuation or the establishment of a new use, we are bound by the same requirements. So as far as the members of the public or any other stakeholders, we're exactly where we were at the beginning of this application. We are now seeking a new special use permit. And so that's what, because the consideration that we had made last time was that the 500-foot rule need not apply because we had an existing special use permit. So we have taken that issue off the table. And I don't believe that the public is prejudiced in any way by that because, again, that issue is now back on the table as it was in the beginning of the proceeding.
Okay. Thanks for your comments. Actually, thanks also to Mr. Adams for his comments. As many of you know, I don't like adjourning items on and on and on, but in this case, it got complicated quickly. And my recollection is that the issue that was raised, I believe at our very first hearing, and it was raised first, I believe, by Richard Olson, who suggested that what we really had in front of us was not an area variance, was not even a special permit use, but in fact, a use permit, or
Use variance.
use permit, which is granted only in very special cases and requires a much higher level or much stricter criteria. And one of the components of that had to do with whether there was a history of continued use, and what came out in the initial hearing was there was some question about whether the cessation of gasoline sales was because of the Department of Environmental Conservation and so on. In other words, there were just too many issues floating, and so the board determined that we would adjourn. Since that time, it has become clear that the whole issue of use permit is a use permit just doesn't apply here, that this is a site that had a history of special use permits for gas station use, for vehicle rental use. And that both parcels in question are in a BH zone where those uses are allowed by special permit. So, long story short, and I had a conversation with our attorney to make sure that I understood this. The upshot is, Sarah Davis, the zoning administrator, also concurred in this, that the way we have it set out in the agenda, a series of area variances, and then 2 special use permits, is in fact the proper way to go. And so, to Mr. Adams' question about why it was that the applicant didn't submit more material, it's because the material that I thought they were going to submit was going to be material to defend an argument that there'd been a continual use, and so that there would not be a lapsed, non-conforming use, and that just didn't happen. So, and because we are now going ahead with the special use permit, there was really nothing for them to submit that they hadn't already submitted. At least that's my reading of it. On the other 2 points that Mr. Adams raised, what is your take on this requirement that there be a 500-foot distance? Why should we, in effect, waive that requirement?
Again, it is with respect to the history of the property. If you look at that requirement within the zoning standards, it does not change the character of the neighborhood, as the neighborhood has existed for almost a century with the use of the property as a gas station. That it does not create an adverse environmental effect on the property. In fact, the applicant is in the process of cleaning up the contaminated property, which was contaminated as a result of the environmental contamination on the property because of prior spills. In addition to that, the applicant is taking down some buildings that are eyesores and in disrepair. Should the application be denied, in all likelihood, the buildings that are on the property would remain. With respect to the criteria of alternatives, again, it goes to the issue that I had addressed with respect to feasibility, that it really is not feasible for this applicant to come up with a retail use or some other use of this property because of the contamination on the property and because of the long history of this property being used for motor vehicle-related purposes. With respect to the issue of self-created hardship, the applicant bought the property as it stands. It's a property that has a very unique shape, both of the lots as they currently exist, and even as they are combined. The property does not have any side yards, I should say. It's got a rear yard and two front yards. Also,
Okay, with all due respect,
Okay.
I think
okay.
you've covered that ground. Let me go back and open this up. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to address this application? Okay, and again,
Roy Stengel, 217 Overacker.
Mr. Stangle, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please
I do.
be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to laws of the state of New York.
Again,
And your
Mr.
your
Chairley,
address
I'm
again?
not-
I didn't-
217, I'm the abutting
Okay.
property here.
Okay,
I'm an animal lover. Again, like Mr. Chairley said, don't beat a dead horse. I'm not going to reiterate what I said previously. I do need a buffer. Once you people make a decision, the residents have to live with it. In respect to you, the property in back of us, Bruce Pels owned it at one time. He was on the board. Says to me, when I put a retaining wall in, that this is not zoned for a restaurant. Once you made the decision to put that restaurant in, my neighbors have to smell the cooking every day. You allowed them to put a concrete structure right on my property line, which is on a 3-foot retaining wall. That thing must weigh 4 tons. The point I'm getting at is the wind blows, the dumpster's open, the garbage comes out, it goes over my fence or under my fence. Third thing, pollution, light pollution. There's a spotlight on that building. There was a spotlight on the used car dealership that was on the property that was zoned for residential. Was used for commercial use. There was a spotlight there. I know the owners pay for the electric, but the pollution, I had to buy blinds, special blinds to cut the light out. It was a nice security, but I have fuzzy security. So besides that, I'm putting it into all your hands. Once you make a decision, we have to live with it. I have to live there 7 days a week. And that's about all I have to say.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else?
Yes, please. Yes, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Okay.
Could you state your name?
My name is Peter, last name is Mack, M-A-C-K. I live at 206 Over Rocker Road. And I've been at all of these meetings. I don't know when you good ladies and gentlemen are going to make a decision, but trust me, we have been there, a small enclave of 8 houses between Route 44 and the stop sign at Overlook Road. And if you drive by, I'm sure you all drive by, you'll see we maintain our homes very well. We're a very modest community. We're not wealthy in any way, shape, or form. We're surrounded by commercialism, literally surrounded by commercialism. We have Adams, we have Arnoff's, we have the car wash, we have the service stations and gas stations, and we are just a little enclave of homes that are modestly maintained and well kept, in my opinion. In order for you to make a decision to allow a small spot of land to be developed into something that is well beyond its capability, even though some people say, well, hey, that old house, that old colonial house at 219 Over Rocker, it's in bad shape. Yeah, it's in bad shape, but at least it's in shape that we don't have to look at commercialism any more than we already have to look at. We have Corvettes running up and down the road, people burning out on highways on Monday nights because of car parties. We have motorcycle rallies. Yesterday, on a Sunday afternoon, at least 50 motorcycles came by my home. Loud, extremely loud, not slow, but extremely loud and fast. We are surrounded by commercialism. And the only thing I'm asking you folks to do is use your best judgment to protect a small enclave of 8 small houses that are well maintained and keep the character of a residential neighborhood. Now, I heard the gentleman here, this gentleman say, well, hey, we're going to take that old house down and we're going to put up a nice big steel building, and that's going to provide the screening. Well, how would you like a steel building going up in your backyard and say it's screening? It's not screening. They have rights to develop this property. They have absolute rights to develop this property, but they don't have the right to run over our small enclave of residential neighborhoods that are tax-paying people, well-meaning people that have really cared for the properties. We're asking for their rights, but we're asking for our rights as well. We have rights. We truly do. And whatever your decision, I'll stand by it. What I'm saying to you is, we are lambasted with commercialism surrounding our little enclave of homes. And we request that you use all of your good intelligence and best judgment to protect us a little bit. Hey, just a little bit. I don't want to hear, I got more gas sales than the guy next door, or I need 15 or 4 U-Hauls, or I need a donut shop and a hot dog stand and a bakery, and I need this, I need that. You have rights to do that. But we have rights of screening, protection, access from your back access into Overrocker Road is just going to lead to more congestion. We have enough people trying to run the Adams Fairacre Farm Light. They don't want to get hung up on the Adams, by the Adams Fairacre Farm Light. They want to go down Overrocker Road, and they go down very, very quickly. And we have children. Well, yes, we have young children, very young children. And I tell them, new homeowners, I say, hey, don't let your little girls get even 20 feet from the edge of your driveway, because people come down that road very, very fast. I've complained to the police about it. The police say, hey, I tell you what, Mr. Mack, you go to town board. You tell them we don't have enough people. We don't have enough staff to monitor your road. Okay, I've said enough. And you heard my appeal, and I wish you all the best of luck in your decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Greaves, 215 Overrocker Road.
Mr. Greaves, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help me God. Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Yes. Can I give this to the council? I'm not going to read the whole thing that I wrote, but I'd like this to be part of
Sure.
Part of the package. But I will make some comments on what I wrote.
Okay.
You received a brief from Rich Olson on behalf of the residents. Okay?
Yeah.
Person, can I turn this around? I want to show that. First thing I want to say is I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and I served this country honorably, and I was appalled last month when he stated that under the guise of giving veterans discounts for the purpose of furthering his cause in front of this board. That was appalling to me. These trees that he's showing back here?
I wonder if you could just hold that microphone, that.
The trees that are behind this building here? These would either depict the trees on Mr. Stengel's property or the trees on my property. These do not depict any trees that they have decided they are going to plant on this parcel. We all agree that there needs to be significant improvements at the corner there. But whatever the board's determination is to the pre-existing use of the property at 798 Dutchess Turnpike, the developers plans cannot carry over to the parcel at 219. Town law states that no motor vehicle service station can be built on that parcel. I also reviewed the plans. I FOIL requested them, and the proposed gas canopy is 4 times larger, and the building is 7.5 times the size of the footprints of any of the houses located near that project. The bottom height of the gas pump canopy contains 12 4,000-watt lighting fixtures, is 14 feet 6 inches high, and the pole lights are 12 foot high. The proposed landscaping includes inkberry holt, which is native to the southern mid-Atlantic, and burning bush, native to Asia. They grow a maximum of 5 feet in height, but does not include the planting of any larger, taller trees. The plans also include the cutting down of the existing native trees that line the residential property, with no proposal to give us residents the deeded 25-foot landscape greenway the zoning code 210-152 entitles us to. The multitude of proposed uses, gas and propane sales, U-Haul rentals, deli, bakery, ice cream sales, and outdoor seating only increases the residents' need for the protection the zoning code provides us. The developers are only considering the maximum benefit to themselves, and they apparently don't care. I'm almost done. About the long-term negative impact the overdevelopment of the parcels will bring to our neighborhood. You have heard of 7 of the 8 residential property owners throughout this process, who live on the block where the facility is being proposed. They have all asked you to not grant the variances that are being proposed. We residents will have to live with the consequences of the decision this board will make on this project for many years to come, and some of us for the rest of our lives. We are only asking for the protections that the town ordinance and the zoning codes afford us as residential property owners. Please vote no on the variances and ask the developer to redesign his project to conform to the laws and codes of the town of Poughkeepsie.
Okay, thank you. I would just note for the board that the letter that Mr. Greaves handed me is substantially the same as what he just presented. So I'm not going to read it separately into the record, but it will be part of our of the dossier. Yes.
Your name, sir?
Frank Chastain.
Mr. Chastain, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to laws of the state of New York.
Yes, ma'am. I live at 205 Over Rocker Road. I'm not sure, how many variances are they asking for? The total?
There are 6.
6 total?
Yes.
And the variance that they're asking for about the gas pumps being 500 feet, is that correct?
That's one of them.
How many residences are within that 500 feet radius?
22.
I don't know.
22.
That may be the case. I just don't know.
Okay. I'm one of the residences within that 500 feet, and I have a 6-year-old child. Okay? I'm just asking you guys to do the right thing.
Mr. Chastain, can I just
ma'am.
ask you, because from where I'm sitting, it sounds like because you have children that the car should not go down over Rocker Road. Now, the gentleman that spoke before about the motorcycles, I mean, we cannot control if people drive past your house. I mean, I fail to see how relevant that is with the station on the corner. I mean, do you think that because there's a gas station there that there would be more motorcycles? Because I hear them up and down 44 all the time. And
No,
I
ma'am.
know that there are lots of them. And there's been a service station on this corner, like since I lived there in the 60s. So I know that it's been there for a very long time. My question, I guess, to you is because I'm getting a lot of hostile vibes. I'm sure everyone else. I mean, a lot of hostility from the audience. I want you to understand that we don't get to just sit here and decide something. There's a lot of criteria and a lot of homework that has to be done. There are a lot of rules that we have to follow as a board. We listen to the residents, we go through the applications, but we don't get to just say, well, no, you can't do that. There is criteria that we have to follow. So I guess I need you to understand that.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, and you can, if you want to build a cul-de-sac at the end of Overrocker Road, you can do that. Can't you? You said you have criteria and things you can do, so if you want to stop the traffic, just build a cul-de-sac there at the last residences, and then they can go up Overlook and then go on 44.
And then the people from Overlook would be here.
Well,
All right,
yes, ma'am,
the
you're
point
correct.
is that
Because it's a quality
there
of
are-
living issue.
Right, there are cars going by over Rocker Road.
Yes, ma'am.
People that want to go perhaps to here. This is the only time I go over Rocker when I'm coming here. But I don't see, for instance, people coming from Burnett Boulevard to go up over Rocker to buy gas. So I guess I fail to see how it's going to increase the traffic that you already have of people going to like the Elks Club.
Well, I don't live on that end, I live on the other end. I live on the end where
Yeah,
they're
but
building a
people-
gas station. But what I'm saying is if you put an exit from a gas station with how many pumps?
6.
12.
6 pumps.
6 pumps, but how many potential? 16, I think I heard?
There already is a curb cut there.
Yeah. But you know what? There's not a gas station there, and there hasn't been a gas. When I first moved in there, that gas station was closed. Vicks was not there when I moved there.
Oh, when did you move there?
10 years ago. It was closed. They were not, somebody may have owned it. They may have been doing repairs, but there was not a gas station there.
Well, it's never closed. I'm sorry, sir. That was never closed.
I said they may have been doing repairs there, but they weren't selling gas there. And I'm just saying that, you're talking about doubling or tripling the size of a gas station that's open from 5 until 12. If I'm not mistaken, Vicks was never open from 5 until midnight.
The code has in it, business highway what it's exactly meant for is for you to have the convenience of having a gas station near you, a convenience store near you. That's the whole intent of the code, is to have those conveniences near you.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, not to have it in your face, but near you. What would you suggest that we do with that corner? Or that, no?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up for you guys. But what I'm saying is that we do have that convenience. There's a Dunkin' Donuts less than probably 200 feet from them.
I think we're straying off the issue here, which has to do with what the criteria for granting variances and special use permits are. And in general, and I guess maybe there's just time to kind of remind everybody our basic job here is to do a kind of balancing. And the code is very clear on this, that we are required to balance the benefit to the applicant against any possible detriment that this would have to the health, welfare, and safety of the neighborhood. Is that? Am I pretty close? Okay. And so traffic issues are part of it. Many of the concerns that people have raised about buffers, light pollution, noise, these are all legitimate issues, but they are issues in a large context here.
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that we cannot do is we can't be amateur architects. We can't be amateur city planners. So we can't say, put the road someplace else. We can't tell the DOT what to do with their highways. So
we have to look at what is in front of us, and as I say, do this kind of balancing act. So you're absolutely right to raise some of the issues you do, but I think I'd just remind you that.
Yes, sir, and I understand if I was disrespectful.
Yeah.
I am sorry, ma'am.
Well, it wasn't that. I was just, there were so many people, and it seemed like they were getting hotter and hotter.
No, ma'am, I wasn't hot.
That was my
I'm-
attempt to try to tone it
No,
down.
ma'am, I
don't think
wasn't
did
hot. I'll be
well.
honest with you. I'm
Okay.
I'm concerned.
Okay.
I'll just put it that way. Okay, sir?
I think you're absolutely right to raise the concerns that you have, and we
Thank you.
Thank you. Believe me, it's a very, very much a part of our deliberations.
Excuse me, I'm still on the road. Peter Mack, 206
Yeah,
over Rocker
okay.
Road. I'd like to say something very, yes, Mrs. Bamba, we're here and we're requested over several meetings to give our input and our concerns. And at every single meeting, it seems as though we, as residents, homeowners, property owners, taxpayers, are cross-examined and basically interrogated by you. And I resent it. And I'm sorry if we're hot because we're emotional about our homes, our quality of life, and that's it. And I'm sorry for you folks to have to deal with our extreme passion because of our concerns.
Okay.
Well, if I gave you that impression, I apologize. That was not my intent.
The last time I was here, you said, even before these people's application was considered, you said, well, maybe the veterans, you're going to offer a veterans a discount? How are you going to police that? Now, what kind of a question is that before the applicant's application has even been entertained? How are you going to police your veterans discount? Now, to me...
I can tell you why I asked that question, but...
Well, you can tell everybody else as well.
Let me just add one thing. If some people think that we are cross-examining them, we are again required, because this is a quasi-judicial board, to seek out information and facts. Sometimes that requires asking pointed questions. I think if you were to do a poll, probably the applicants before us would feel that they were getting more severely cross-examined than anyone else. And I plead guilty to that. Yes?
Just the last couple of things. I have the parcel lines here, and I misspoke. It's 18 residential properties within a 500-foot zone.
Okay, thank you.
And also, last time we were here, the developer told us there was going to be 200 cars per day, 2,000 gallons per day. He did a partial, short-form traffic study. Again, I FOIL requested, and that study says almost 16 cars an hour, times that times 20 hours. That's 320 cars at a minimum. I would like to request him to do a full traffic study on what he's proposing. That's only fair, considering we have children on the street, and there's concerns with their parents.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. Oh, all right, thank you. Yeah, it's actually similar to something we've seen. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Linda Mack. I live at 206 Over Rocker Road.
Mhm.
I've been there since 1971.
Mrs. Mack, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
All I'm asking, it just seems like, how many different variances and special use permits are going to be requested make this behemoth of a gas station. We're not against, you know.
You're
gas
going to have to
stations.
speak into the
Oh.
microphone.
We're not against a gas station per se, well, you know, there's one right across the street, so I don't know what the real need is, but anyway, that's a different, whole nother story. But why does something have to be so huge? 219 Over Rocker Road, that residence, it was a buffer. Now that's going to be knocked down, so this huge gas station is definitely going to be right in our face. And there's so many different variances that are being requested. I don't know how you really all can justify. I mean, you say you try to be a balancing act. It doesn't seem to be balanced in our favors. It seems like you're all leaning, from what I can see, toward wanting to grant their huge gas station without any changes, and it just doesn't seem fair to us. I mean, they have rights, but we have rights, and it seems there's more of us, and I'm sure if all of you lived on our street, you wouldn't allow, I mean, I'm just guessing. I really don't think you would be so lenient with all that they're requesting. Yes, there was a gas station there, but it was very small, and it wasn't so much traffic. This is going to be huge. And that Dunkin' Donuts gas station already creates a lot of traffic. Why do you need two huge gas stations right across? And even if you did want to grant and have a gas station, why does it have to be so huge? 219 is going to just make it right in our face, and there's no way they can put enough buffers or trees because of restrictions. It's just going to be right there. And like Roy Stengel, I mean, it's going to be right in his face. And even I live at 206, I will be able to see it. I really am pleading with you to really seriously consider how it's going to affect us, because it will, seriously. And I just don't know how you can justify granting all of these variances and special use permits or whatever it is. I know you said yourself, Mr. Valley, that you've never seen so many. So I definitely think if he wants a gas station, this should be scaled back. This isn't going to be a VIX. This is going to be a huge thing, and it's going to definitely adversely affect our way of life, the character of the neighborhood. Our few homes are going to end up being the buffer for the rest of Over Rocker Road. And I really seriously plead with you to think about us and not just, the businessman. I know he needs to make a living, but we've been here a long time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Jim, I just want to respond to the last speaker. If we were to grant these variances and special use permits and that sort of thing, we have the ability to condition these things. And I have a list of them. I have a concern about the dumpster being right up close to the neighbors, and the lights. And I believe the planning board is going to probably have the final say on the lights, so it's not intrusive on the neighbors. A fence or plantings, odors from the restaurant. I think all of these things can really be addressed by the applicant, and I just want you to know that we are trying to balance things here and condition whatever we decide.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? From the public?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I thank the board for their time and their effort in considering this application. With respect to the applicants, this is a very challenging area. I've been engaged in land use law for quite a while, and because of the configuration of this area, having a very narrow business strip on Route 44 adjacent to the residential properties on Over Rocker Road. I understand the board's concerns and the concerns of the public, because typically in zoning contexts, the hard issues in zoning come about where you have a business district that directly abuts a residential property. So the applicant does understand the concerns of the public, and to the extent that we will again be addressing all of the issues that were raised as far as conditions. We all think they are appropriate conditions. Those are all conditions that the planning board will be looking at as a condition of site plan approval. We consider the site plan application to be a work in progress with respect to mitigating the adverse impacts of the adjacent properties, with respect to the air conditioning units and reducing sound, reducing the light levels from the canopy. All of those issues will be addressed by the planning board. They're routinely addressed by the planning board, and we will make an effort to be a good neighbor and to address those issues. It is unfortunate that the zoning in the area, it is a BH zone. These uses are permitted in the zone, so where, albeit by a special use. Again, I understand the difficulties that the board has with respect to this application. I thank them for their consideration. One thing with respect to Ms. Bomba's comment regarding the veterans, that was not a comment that she sua sponte made. It was in reference to a submission that the applicant had made, which was basically a sales pitch for some of his business proposals. And it was not something that she had made out of left field or anything like that. So, that's so I just wanted to set that forth on the record.
Okay, thank you. There no other comments? Is there a motion to close the public?
moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And of course, Mr. Leahy is recused himself. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. That was items 2 and 3. Now, we turn to item number 4, Lenore DeFelice, 102 Overrocker Road.
How nice.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Lenore DeFelice.
Yes, okay. Let's see, if you can just have a seat and speak into the microphone there. Okay, and so state your name.
Lenore DeFelice.
Okay.
Ms. DeFelice, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to laws of the state of New York.
Thank you.
Okay, so just briefly, why are you here?
I'm easy.
Okay.
I am asking for a variance for a deck that I have on the side of my house. And it was built 18 years ago. I thought the town had approved it when they approved the other porch, and it wasn't. And at the time, I needed 5 feet, and now I need an extra 20 feet variance. And in back of my property, there's a hill that I've always maintained, it's a garden. And my neighbor has no problem with me having the variance. It's been there a long time.
Okay, thanks. Christine, any questions?
No questions.
Betty?
No questions.
Art?
No question.
Okay. I think you already clarified the one question I had, and that's, there's a little porch along the right-hand side of your house.
Yes,
And you got that approved, you said, years ago.
18 years ago, when I
Okay.
it was going to wrap around, and I decided not to wrap around because I wanted to be able to get down to the garage.
Okay, so the only thing you're talking about is the existing deck that's right in the back of the house?
In the back or the side, yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, all the others are approved.
Okay. Paul?
He's recused.
Oh, he's recused himself. Okay, that's right. Tony?
I have no questions.
Okay. Phyllis?
No, I have no question.
Carmen?
No questions.
Anyone from the audience? You're right. You're easy. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank
Good night. Oh, is it, yeah, a motion to close the public
So
hearing?
moved.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Item number 5, Mario Giampaolo, 9 Main Street in New Hamburg. Evening.
Good evening.
Okay, and just state your name into the microphone.
Name is Michael Berta. I'm principal of Michael R. Berta Architecture and Planning. I'm representing the applicant.
Okay,
Mr. Berta, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Very well.
okay, so just briefly tell us about the project.
Okay, what we have is an existing house. It's in the New Hamburg district. And it's a very unique piece of property. It's an island. The property is basically an island. There's Bridge Street and Main Street that are on the corners. Then there's a paper street, which is Stone Street. It's never been built. It was abandoned. But its property is basically surrounded by 3 roads. What the applicant is looking to do is add a porch on the side of the house to capture the river views. Being that it's an island and where it is, it uniquely faces and has a clear shot. It's one of the only inland properties that has a clear shot to see the Hudson. So what he's looking to do is put a 2-story porch on the side of the house that faces. And given the shape of the property and these setbacks for we need a variance for pretty much anything that we would do external of the existing footprint. Now, the front of the property, the existing porch that's on there it's in plane with the rest of the porches on the street, on Main Street. But the side porch, because of the uniqueness of the lot, there's no way to determine plane, which is part of the New Hamburg zone. That if you can show plane, it's conforming, and because of the way the property is, there's no way to show that. So that's why we're requesting a variance tonight for him to be able to construct his porch so he can capture the views. Now, the house has been there. I believe the original part of the house was built in the early 1900s, and it's been added on to a number of times.
Okay. Christina, any questions?
No questions.
Betty?
No questions.
All right.
Clear.
No questions.
Okay. You said it's going to be a 2-story porch?
Yeah, the first floor will be a full porch, and the second will be a balcony, just a very small area for them. Not a large, but no cover on the second floor, no. It'll be a small 6x9 area, roughly, that they can just open the door up, sit out there, have their morning coffee.
Kind of
and
a deck, kind of. Yeah,
it'll be built into the roof.
Okay.
The roof of the deck below.
Okay. Paul?
No questions.
Tony?
No questions.
Carmen?
And good luck with it.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. When we get our packets, one of the things that we always look for first is there going to be one in New Hamburg?
Well, this is actually my
because every property down there has.
I actually did the property on the other side as well of Stone Street.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I'm familiar with the working down there.
Okay.
I'm just want you to know that the other people on the board do give me a hard time. I live in New Hamburg.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I live on 40 Point.
Okay.
And they think it's a long trip down there.
Yeah, it's all her fault.
What is it? It's the same distance from here to my house.
Okay, is there anyone from the audience that wishes to address 9 Main Street in New Hamburg? Hearing none, is there a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you in a couple of minutes. I'm also number 11.
Okay. Item number 6, Steve Kilpert, 5 Holland Court.
Your name?
Steve Gilbert.
Mr. Kilbert, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be advised that you are under oath and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Sounds good.
Okay, and again, just briefly, please sit down, and you need to speak into the microphone.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
propose to add on to the single-family residence and just make the residence a little better for our family. Right now, actually, if you look at the prior survey, it showed how the lot was cropped. back when the subdivision was created. They're small lots. They are what they are, small houses, trying to make it better for our family. So I'm proposing to go down from a 20-foot sideline setback to a 12-foot sideline setback, so an addition of 8 foot. Really, it would move the bedrooms over, make them a little bit larger, make the bathroom a little bit larger. It's just, it's a two-level deal. The first level is a slab on grade, the second level is regular residence. It would match the existing house. It's really pretty cut and dry.
Okay, so the addition will go
full height.
And so the existing roof line would just be extended
Continuous,
out.
yeah, carry continuous, correct. It's
Okay.
not a first floor shed or anything like that. It's a full height, yeah.
Okay. Christine?
No questions, you answered them.
Betty?
No, I have no questions.
Art?
None.
Okay. Paul?
No question.
Tony? Questions. Carmen?
No question.
Okay, anyone from the audience? 6 Holland Court? 5, excuse me.
You're close.
Hearing none, is there a motion to close the
So
public
moved.
hearing?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
I'm
thank you very much.
disappointed. Thank you.
Item number 7, and actually, this will be both 7 and 8. Keith McLaughlin, 20 Kinderhook Drive.
Good evening.
Okay, and your name?
How are you? Keith McLaughlin.
Mr. McLaughlin, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be advised that you are under oath and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Yes.
Okay, so you want to just tell us a little bit about what you're planning to do?
Sure. I have a not so unique property. It's pretty standard. It's over in the Spackenkill district. A lot of Cape Cod, some colonials. My current home right now is a single-story home. Well, it's 1.5 stories technically. I'm looking to convert the upstairs into living space. So primarily I want to take off the roof and kind of convert the house more into like a colonial style home. In addition to that, I'd like to go above an existing garage that there was a variance for back in 1954. I'm looking for slightly more variance than the garage, just for foundation footing purposes, but primarily it's the same footprint. Also on the second floor of the home, it would extend out about 7 feet into our current backyard, which is where we would have access from the home to the living space above the garage, which would be the accessory apartment.
Okay. And why do you want an accessory apartment?
A couple of reasons. There's a possibility that our mother-in-law would like to move in with us. There is a major tax burden on us as families growing up as well. So there could be use for that to have a tenant there at some point. But primarily, we need the space. We need to grow, and I just think that it's. From my understanding, we're allowed to have that in our area. It's just, from a landscape perspective, I think the current spot is the best area to put it. Yeah.
Okay. Christine?
No questions.
Betty?
The garage is separate from your house, correct?
Currently, yes.
Yeah, currently. Oh, you're going to make it all one?
The garage and the house touch, their corners touch, technically speaking, but it's technically, I guess, considered a separate unit or separate structure. On the second level, the home, we're going to have like about a 7 to 8 foot overhang in the back with like a patio underneath it. So the second floor would actually be a little bit bigger than the lower level. From that second floor, because of its 8 foot extension, there's room to connect to the structure above the garage. Because the structure above the garage is pretty much a second floor, so.
Right, okay.
No question.
In connection with the accessory apartment, I'm sure you know this, but one of the requirements is that to have an accessory apartment, the principal structure has to be that has to be the owner's residence.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Paul?
No questions.
Tony?
I have no questions.
Okay, Carmen?
No questions.
Okay, anyone from the audience wish to address the two applications, variance and a special use permit for a accessory apartment at 20 Kinderhook? Hearing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Item number 9, Jay and Mary Simpson, 46 Overlook Road.
Hi,
Good evening, folks.
I'm Jay Simpson, 46 Overlook Road.
Okay.
And I'm Mary Thane Simpson.
Mr. and Mrs. Simpson, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, we've been out to see your property, we've looked at the application, but just kind of quickly refresh our memory.
Okay, so this would be an addition to the west side of the house, which forms a little wing, and a great room by and large, which is the purpose of doing this and giving us more of a northern exposure, or at least a look towards the north. As you know, our house sits way back in. Originally it's there so it could look out over the Frank cornfield, which is now the Frank Wells.
Right.
Nice view looking that way. We're more or less blind looking north. So this great room that we want to build with big window facing north, get the northern light in, and an improvement to the overall living conditions for the house. Second point of this would be to bring our washer dryer from the basement up on the main level.
Yes.
Understood.
Long story short.
Yeah, okay. Christine?
No questions.
Betty?
I have no questions. That's a lovely spot you have up on that hill.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
No questions.
Really beautiful.
I still don't understand how you mow that hillside, but that's another, and I don't want to know, actually. Paul, or you're recusing yourself? Okay. Tony?
I have no questions.
Okay. Phyllis?
No, I have no question.
Harmon?
No questions. It is beautiful up there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone in the audience wish to address this application? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Item number 10, David Arnfield, 4 Monroe Drive. Good evening.
Good evening, I'm David Arnfield.
Mr. Arnfield, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Chairman and Board. I am the trustee for my parents' home. They built the home in 1962. When the home was built originally, it included a porch that was open. Over the years, my parents added a half wall with screening and then later replaced the screening with windows. The house has a CO for the windows, but not for the half wall. So during the investigative process of selling the house, we discovered that. I had the building inspector come out, do a site review, and I was instructed to convert it into a three-season porch, which required electricity. That's been done, signed off by electrical folks. That brought up the issue of the variance, area variance. The porch is 14 and a half feet from the next door neighbor's boundary line, and I understand the code's 20 feet. So I'm asking for an area variance of the 14 and a half feet adjacent to the property next to my parents' home.
Okay, well, thank you for that very concise summary. Christine?
No questions.
Betty?
No questions.
Art?
The variance is only 5.5 feet, isn't it?
It's for 5 feet 7 inch variance.
5.
Not 14 feet.
Yeah,
No?
yeah, no.
No.
Well, it's
Well,
required, so
Okay,
it's,
then.
okay.
It's going to be
Not a 14-foot variance.
14.5 from
right, yeah, what he needs is five and a half feet.
5.7 inch
Eight, that's
variance.
correct, yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Understand?
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Paul?
A lot of numbers there, didn't we?
15.5. That's how it was advertised, for 13. How'd you come up with the 14 and a half feet from the,
Survey.
so you think it's 14 and a half feet?
Yeah, I know, it is exactly 14 and a half. It's by survey.
Okay. Then I don't have any questions.
Tony?
I have no questions.
For
Okay.
their variance.
Okay. Carmen?
Hi, David.
Hello there.
No questions.
Okay. Anyone in the audience wish to address 4 Monroe Drive? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
thank you. John Diaz, 95 Spackenkill Road.
Familiar.
Ah. You're not John.
No, I am not John.
Okay.
And he's already sworn in.
He's still under oath, yes. Okay.
You can swear at me all you want.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, you want to tell us a little bit about this one?
Absolutely. Again, Michael Verta, architect for the applicant. What we have is, the applicant is looking to put on a 2-car garage and a master suite above it. They have, currently, right now, they have a number of family members that are residing with them, and they are running out of space very quickly. They have already converted their existing garages into living space, so that's the reason for the garages. The reason for the variance is they're looking to, where we're placing the variance is really the addition is really the only spot on the house that we can because of the property. If you're familiar with where it is on Spackenkill Road, you have to basically go into the backyard because of the hill. You drive up the hill, and the back is where it's level. So we can't put it at the top of the hill because we wouldn't, also with the narrowness of the lot, we wouldn't be able to get the turning radiuses. As you know, that you're not allowed to back out onto Spackenkill Road. And then part of the reason then also with we need for the variances, we have the existing family room that we're trying not to block the view out of that window so that they're not looking at the side of the garage. And also so that it still brings in natural light. And also when they're, they can see what's going on in the backyard at any time. So,
okay.
And we're looking for just about a little less than a 7-foot variance. Where 20 feet is required.
Let's see, if I read this right, it's
Yeah.
6'8".
Yeah.
14,
We're 13'4" off the property line. I believe we need 20.
Minimum 23.
yeah, okay. Okay, so, yeah. Okay, so that's right. Okay, Christine, any questions?
No questions.
Betty?
No, looks pretty straightforward.
Art?
I'm good, no questions.
Okay. Now, if I understand the location right, there's something there now. What, a shed?
There's a screen porch there now.
Screen porch, yeah.
The screen porch will be removed, and that'll become now part of living space.
Okay, okay. And so.
There's also under the screen porch, what you're referring to is a kind of a makeshift shed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So, 2 cars below, and then
It'll be a master bedroom with a master suite, basically bedroom, bath, closet, and then a small sitting area, which will be the connection between the house and the bedroom.
Okay, okay. Paul?
I recuse myself on this one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I have no questions.
Okay. Phyllis?
The makeshift shed,
Yes.
does that become garage?
No, it's actually going to become, that'll actually become an exercise room.
Underneath will be enclosed as well?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, the entire addition will be enclosed, no more sheds. He has a shed that he relocated into the back of the property, that everything that's in that makeshift right now is going into it.
Okay. All right, Carmen?
Yes, I mean, was just checking the staff report here, and the addition is going to be painted the same color as the house.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's, the house will be sided the same.
Right. And the other thing they added was the installation of the air conditioning units will be placed to the rear of the new addition in order to reduce the noise.
Well, the air conditioning for this is going to be, we're going to be using split systems. So we can, instead of putting it on the property line, most likely we will put it on the rear. So
Right.
it's not trapped in there. Now, there are, on the property line, there is a mature row of probably 40 or 50-foot type tall pines. But there is a small area that it's open, and the applicant will be filling that area in. It just
Okay.
happened to die a couple years ago, and he hasn't done anything with it.
Oh, I see. Because the last thing they mentioned is the storage and stockpiling of earth materials, debris, which should not be done in that area.
No, not at all. The foundation will be a stem footing, so the material that's coming out of the footings will be minimal.
Okay.
Anything that's left over will either be used on site to fill in towards the back of the property because it drops a little bit, or it'll be just hauled off.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, anyone from the audience here to speak about 95 Spackenkill Road? If not, no other questions from the board. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you much.
Yeah. Item number 12, Vassar College, 60 Raymond Avenue. Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, if you just state your name and be sworn in.
Brian Swartout.
Mr. Swarta, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Understood.
Okay, before you begin, let me just say, I retired from Vassar College 2 years ago, so I'm not an employee. But if the board would be more comfortable if I recused myself, I would be willing to do that. But I don't think there's a conflict of interest. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay. I mean,
That's your decision.
okay,
I don't-
all right. Like I say, I'm off their list right now. I'm free. Okay. Go ahead.
So Vassar College moved our college store off campus last year. It's in the Juliet building, and we don't have any signage currently to designate where the store is. So we'd like to put a sidewalk sign outside the store just so that people will see the store and be able to identify the location of the store as they walk by. So we're asking for an area variance to allow for this sidewalk sign because it will be present on the sidewalk, or just off the sidewalk. During business hours only, it'll be brought back into the store when the store is closed. Variance is to allow it to be out there more than 90 days for the year, and variance to the no sidewalk signs.
Okay. Christine?
No questions.
Betty?
Is this supposed to be like for a location? Because I was surprised to see the surprise await on this is the exact sign that you're proposing, right?
Yeah, that's the
The one that
sign.
says surprises await.
Yeah, now that the store is off campus, we're trying to offer product for the general community as well. So we're trying to draw them in, creating a gift shop for anybody, not just Vassar community members.
And you want to put that, it's like somewhat like a sandwich sign. You want to put that out front during the day, like where that bike rack is?
That's right, during store hours.
Okay, just during store hours. I have no other questions.
Okay, Art?
Where BurgerFi is, you got a blank wall between the windows of the building. Wouldn't the sign go there to catch the traffic coming?
On the BurgerFi side,
No. On the wall between the windows and the front of the building where BurgerFi is. Wouldn't the sign go there?
that's BurgerFi space, so we would be intruding on their lease space.
Even though Vassar owns the building?
We do, but we've leased leased that area to them.
And how many days you want to put the sign out? You say more than 90, but does that mean
Yeah, the store's
365?
open 6 days a week, so it would be out during
day?
business hours every day.
Every single day?
That's right.
For how long? Ever?
Most likely, yes. Unless we decide to put a sign on the building, but right now, we don't think that's the best alternative.
Okay, no further questions.
I guess I have a question as to why not put a sign on the building, like all the rest on
Sure.
Raymond Avenue have.
So we view this as the Juliet building. We want to maintain that character for the neighborhood. So we chose when we built the property out not to put a sign on the building for that particular reason, and we're continuing with that.
Okay.
Okay, whose property is that out there? Is that DOT?
It is.
Or state, rather?
Right.
Okay, and they're okay with this?
It is right next to where we put the bike rack with their approval. If they have a problem with it, we could draw it back into the area where the tile floor is inside, just inside the building. If you look at it, I think it's the second picture, you can see that. So if they end up having a problem with it, we could easily pull it back into there. But we proposed that place just because it was off the sidewalk and would avoid impeding traffic flows and was right next to the bike rack, so shouldn't be a visual impairment to anyone.
Okay. Yeah, my concern more had to do with, we had to go through some hassle to put up the Business Improvement District kiosk.
Oh.
Because of the state, where the boundary between the lots and the state is a little vague.
This isn't a permanent fixture, so it's not as complicated.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Paul?
What makes you think that you need it?
Excuse me?
What makes you think that you need it?
We've seen a number of situations where even campus community members were coming across the street trying to figure out where the store was.
We were there over the weekend and had an opportunity to observe people, quite clearly not college, or at least not traditional college students, that didn't have any problem finding it and going inside.
I had a number of complaints during admissions tour, admissions events, and some on, not as much on alumni weekend, but mostly admissions events.
If they could find the beer, they ought to be able to find the bookstore.
A lot of the students on admissions tours aren't able to drink yet, so they might not be looking for the beer, but hopefully they're looking for at least a burger.
I hope you don't think that, but all right, that's all I have.
Maybe they can Google it on their phone.
Yeah,
I'm sure they all have that. Is the sign, is it going to be a changing sign?
It could change. It'll likely be something like that, unless we find that it's just not effective. As I mentioned in the write-up, the one thing we may do is if we're going to have events in the store, we may promote the events in the sign so that we'd swap out the surprises await version of the sign and replace it with something about the event for that day. But that would generally be the sign that we would have it.
And it's going to be 4.5 feet tall and pretty wide. It seems pretty large. I wonder if we're going to be setting incredible precedent for everybody else wanting to have large signs lining the sidewalk.
It's possible, but it probably won't be any larger than a lot of the bikes that will get parked there. So I don't think it will get that much visual attention other than the people that are walking.
Well, if it's not going to get that much visual attention, then it's probably not going to accomplish the purpose you want.
Killed yourself.
Other than the ones people walking across the street, we'll see the sign. Is what I tried to end with.
I have no other questions.
Carmen?
Yes, I have some concerns about the size as well. And is this intended for the walkers or the drivers or both?
Mostly the walkers. I mean,
Mostly.
Arlington is intended to be a walking
Yeah, it's a walking
district,
community.
so, and it's gonna be on the ground level, so I think it'll attract mostly walkers.
Right. Yeah. I have concern about the size because, as it was stated before, it could set a precedence too. And I can think of a lot of different places that would love to have a little sandwich board sign out there. So I have some reservations.
Okay, anyone, any further? All right, sure. Yeah.
Why can't it go on the door going into the store?
There is one on the door going in the store, but it's set back about 15 feet from the sidewalk, which makes it a little hard to see.
Okay.
Okay, anyone from the audience wish to address 60 Raymond Avenue? Okay, hearing none, if there are no other questions, motion to close the public
So
hearing?
moved.
So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Items 13 and 14, Stewart Shops at 6 Manchester Circle. Okay, so you just state your name?
Sure. Jeremy Lawless.
Would you say, Les?
Lawless. It's hard to
Oh,
enunciate. but-
Lawless.
Yes,
Mr. Lawless, do you
Yeah.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here in front of you guys today just to discuss our proposal for a 10 by 7 overhang on our location at, what is that address? The Manchester Circle site, I believe, is that what it is? Yeah. Manchester Circle. Reason being, we're looking for kind of additional temporary storage during store hours, well, after store hours as well, for different materials that bring our items to the store more or less. In the past, we've always kind of used our back room, but just with the way the store has grown as time has moved on, we have a hard time utilizing the space that we currently have for bread storage, carts, milk crates, things like that. So our proposal is to have a 10 by 7 covered overhang on the back of the building so that we could temporarily store items back there, secure them. When drivers come, they could obtain them from that storage, put them in the truck, take them away, and kind of continue the process.
Okay, so let me just try to clarify this because there were, you submitted a bunch of drawings, but
We did, yeah.
It was a little bit hard to sort out and
Sure.
the narrative wasn't entirely clear. So what you're proposing is actually a 10 by 7 foot enclosed shed.
Essentially, yes.
Really,
Yes, yes.
where the
It would be
where
attached to the
where
building.
The roof actually is going to be lower than the main roof of the.
That's correct.
Of the. Okay, but it'll be completely enclosed.
Yep.
A door.
Well, I would say we probably would do a door. I mean, the thinking behind the enclosing of it is usually for security reasons and for look of things, just, any neighbors or anything like that, or any people servicing the shop. At least it doesn't appear that there's items being stored out there. So.
Okay, but a door so that the deliveries can come in and out.
Oh, yes,
there?
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. And on a concrete slab that will.
Yeah, we propose actually just paving underneath it. So we would pave more or less from the back door, our delivery door, which we term it, around where the same footprint would be a 10 by 7 space,
Okay.
more or less paved.
Okay. All right. And issue for the variance is that this then would be that much closer to the property line.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now I got it. Christine?
Okay, so this is not just an awning, it's actually enclosed. I know you
Correct.
said that already, I just-
Yes, it would be enclosed, yep. Mhm.
So I guess the next question then would be for legal. If if what he's really looking for is something enclosed, does it need to be re-advertised? Because right now it says to install a covered roof. Number 13.
I mean, generally, the standard is whether the public has sufficient notice to what you're doing. If you, as a technical matter, it probably would, but given that there's no one here in opposition to the application, as a technicality, I think it probably should be renoticed to cover, just to do the scope of what's covered.
Can we hear him and?
You can absolutely keep the public hearing open.
Yeah.
Do the notice for next week, for next month rather, if anyone were to come in opposition, hear their testimony. The applicant would not necessarily need to come unless he needed to put something new in.
Yeah.
This will also, I think, benefit you in that time to go to the building department and say, you know what, because I don't believe the building department is going to allow you to put the building on some pavement.
No.
So you get
Okay.
the specs from the building, you give the building department what you want, and they'll tell you whether or not you can do that.
And I also
It's a
think,
matter of just calling us, and we'll attach you to
Sure.
the building department, and you can ask one of the building inspectors.
Yeah.
And that way you're set. in
Yeah,
regards
we
to that.
would, I mean, we do have a foundation plan in the sense of the posts. I mean, they're in sonotubes. It's just that the ground, if you will, in order to make it serviceable for things to roll in and roll out on, that's the reason we would just kind of do a
And
paved
that should,
understanding.
you should run that by the building department too, though, all that stuff.
in addition, the board should be able to take into account the framing, what it's going to look like, what color it will be, so that they can determine the character of the neighborhood and so on. So that's information you probably should supply the board for next time.
It is in the plans. I mean, the plans that I
Yeah,
believe were provided to you,
What they,
it does
what they submitted does
show-
have a
show it as
picture of it.
elevation
Yeah.
drawing of it.
It just wasn't clear the way things were stated and what it was. Okay, other mystery is item number 14, why a special use permit is required for this. And I must confess, I have no clue.
I can answer that one.
Oh, she knows.
Oh, there we go.
It's the same, actually, what triggered with the Malabar site plan, because technically they are expanding the use on the property. It's a use that's required with a special use permit. So anytime you expand a use that has a special use permit, the code requires a new special use permit. It's, I believe, section L of our code. I can actually read it. But the way the code is written is that anytime a use that has an existing special use permit is expanded, a separate special use permit is required.
Okay. Then we also need to look at the wording, because I believe a couple of the references to the articles refer to motor vehicle use, which makes no sense in this case.
I would agree.
Wait a minute. Because the
But they are-
original special use permit was for a gas station.
For the Stewart shop, so it is
Stewart
the
shop.
Oh,
this facility.
okay,
Right.
okay. All right, thank you. I mean, now it makes sense.
It's 210-149L1.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so that's what that is, all right. Okay, all right. Do we want to adjourn this? To me, this is not a very big fish in our agenda, and I don't think it's going to make any difference one way or the other. I would just soon go ahead, act on this, and if somebody's got a problem with it, we'll go back and do it over again.
Can we do that?
If you feel that the notice is sufficient to apprise the public of what in general is going to happen, and the board is not concerned that there would be a detriment to the neighboring properties, et cetera, and all the relevant factors are taken into account.
I'm guessing no one could even notice.
No, it's in the back.
Yeah, I mean,
And really where it impacts, the neighbor property goes up, it's shielded by trees. It's,
and a hill, I mean.
yeah.
You can't see from the roads.
Yeah. Okay, so if there's no objection from anyone on the board, I think we'll just proceed on this. So, let's see. Art, did you have
No, I'm good with it.
questions? Okay, Paul?
No.
Tony?
I have no questions.
Carmen?
None.
Okay. So, all right, and I assume there's no one hiding behind it, under a chair back there that's got an objection
hope not.
to either items 13 or 14. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And thank you, Lisa. I just could not figure out where that special use permit came in, but once you've explained it, okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, do we want to take a
Yes.
quick recess? Yes, we do. Okay, so
do.
the board will stand in recess for, let's try to hold it to 5 minutes. Thank you.
This footprint is.
Okay.
Couple there and the gentleman.
Brian, we need to get going here.
Of course I'm right.
His parcel. And this
Okay,
is what he wants to build.
we're back in session,
Is that the entire parcel?
and
The other parcel?
we've completed all the public hearings, so now we're moving to the deliberation phase, and again, we take things in the order of the agenda, except we will take those first that have people interested in the particular case. So item number 1, Anthony Leo, 11 Spring Street.
Represents this.
Mr. Blass is once again in the chair. There's a variance to allow a single-family detached house to be located 11 feet from the side lot line where 20 feet is required. There's a type 2 action, so there's no environmental action we need to take. The county has not made any comments. In your packet, you'll find a staff report that recommends that this variance be approved. Having said all that, comment from the board?
I do have a question.
Yes.
The overhang on the front.
Yes.
Supposedly will be taken down.
Okay.
How do we assure that that will happen?
We can.
Past history here.
We can make a condition that the as-built house conform to the floor plan that's been submitted. I mean, he has said that he would remove that overhang, but we could explicitly.
I would like to definitely have that as part of the documentation, so there can't be any questions down the road from Mr. Leo.
Okay. Okay.
You know, that he never said that, because if you noticed during his testimony, it was always, one answer, then it was another answer next time you asked them.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I know that you referenced the floor plan that he submitted, but the floor plan that he submitted does not comport with the blueprints. So I just want the applicant to understand, it would be my position that if he built something inconsistent with this plan, this site plan, that exceeds this in any way, I would be completely disinclined to offer any additional variances other than what's being submitted today. So that he builds at his peril if he exceeds anything that we grant tonight.
In terms of the footprint of the building?
Yes.
I mean, I think it was pretty clear from everything we said that the building dimensions are going to be 30 feet by 18 feet.
That's what he said.
Okay.
And yet he submitted a house plan that doesn't comport with that, so.
Is that in fact the case?
Yes.
On that point?
It has a different footprint. It has this jog here, so it's.
Yeah, the facade has got this one part that's set back a little bit. But as near as I can tell, the overall dimensions are still 30 by 18.
That's.
Which is what was on the site plan.
His site plan says 30 by 18. The house plan is not a rectangle, although it does have an overall.
Yeah, it's got this little notch in it, which I don't quite understand, but. Well, in any case, I mean, your point is.
My point is that
Yeah.
if the board grants his variance request and he exceeds it in any way and comes back for a mistake or an alteration, as sometimes happens, I would not be inclined to grant anything other than anything that gets approved tonight.
Okay, no, I would agree. Yeah.
If I may, What if there was a condition added that the dimensions of the structure be no larger than 30 feet by 18 feet? That would lock the variance would be conditioned on locking those numbers in.
I don't know, Paul, does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's fine, and also, I'm also concerned about the height. If he exceeds the height in our code, I would be disinclined to grant him a variance on that mistake also.
We don't have a specific height.
What is the town
Changing it,
limit?
I've asked them.
Right. So it's 2.5 stories or 35 feet,
35 feet.
35 feet.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be more, I think his stories are more than 8 feet and the pitch of the roof. So he needs to be very cautious in what gets granted tonight, because I think that's all that's all I would vote for granting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just checked in the code for the R20, it's 35 feet or 2.5 stories. That's the maximum height.
35.
I think.
Right.
Didn't we decide that it was not more than 35 feet?
Yeah, when we were
Well, that's
out
what he
there-
said, yeah.
Well,
No, but-
even
but looking.
if you assume each story is 10 feet, that's 20.
Mm-hmm.
The foundation is about 5 feet out of the ground, so that's 25. And you're not going to have a roof peak that's 10 feet. So, you know, I think the height, he said 25 feet, I think the height's going to come in closer to 30. But I can't see how it could be greater than 35 unless it's a really steeply pitched roof. And that's not what the drawing shows.
Right, but again, the drawing is not what he's
well
to build.
The representation, I believe, Mr. Leo, is it would be 2 stories above basement.
Correct.
Yeah.
As distinct from 2.5, which the code would permit up to 35 feet.
Right.
So I guess the next issue is, do you want to have a condition limiting the stories to 2 as opposed to 2.5? Or is that too?
Well, isn't this something the building department checks?
Right,
The
but
height?
if they're, in the past, when people have built something and it comes in a foot over or something like that, and they come in for a variance, we're all, rather than have them tear down the building.
Yeah, we've had a
grant
couple
it.
of those, yes.
I would not be inclined to grant anything other than what's going to be granted tonight.
No more mistakes, no more errors.
Okay.
We've seen enough.
Okay.
Okay.
And that can be a condition or not a condition, but that's going to be my position.
We can put that in. The other condition, as long as we're on that subject, that's recommended in the staff report is that there be some kind of screening along the east side.
That's between the greens and the.
Yeah, the variance should be granted upon conditions that would require a fence or substantial screening for the lot immediately east.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's reasonable.
Right, okay. And what about the parking?
The representation was 2 spaces, and there are 2 spaces shown on the site plan.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I think it meets the minimum.
Right, my concern is that when that gets exceeded.
Well, I mean, that's true everywhere.
I'm looking at the site plan that says it was updated on 4/2/15, which shows the building to be 18 by 26. So is it 18 by 26 or 18 by 30?
No, that's, if you go on it's 26 feet plus 4 feet of 4 by 10 for the deck, which is not going to be a deck anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
So that's 30 feet on the long side and 10 plus 18 on the shorter side.
but the house, well, plans that he gave us.
Right, I don't believe that the plans that he submitted for the house are his house plans, which I might have mentioned.
Well,
So he's made this request for this footprint. If we granted that footprint, subject to the other limitations,
okay.
and the condition, I would like a condition about the parking, that it remain subject to his plan and not,
Okay. I mean, there's no reason.
Large.
Obviously, this application's had a long history, and as a result, a number of people want to make sure that it's quite precise, and so I think for that reason, if we add a number of specific conditions, just to be sure, that's probably okay.
because my other concern is that it just comes under the permissible impervious surface.
Right.
So any additional parking that's made
Is a
will
problem.
exceed that.
Yes.
So,
Okay. Okay, let me.
but let me ask you this, there was a question, Mr. Moore raised an issue about the applicant submitting a plan that would not require a variance.
Well, that was what his original, that was the original 10-foot wide house. And I think there, at least for me, this is one of those cases where you weigh the benefit to the applicant against the negative impacts that it might have on the neighborhood. You know, Mr. Moore said that having this house 18 feet wide essentially was a danger to the character of the neighborhood. And I don't see that as a severe danger. This is a neighborhood where there are a lot of small lots, have been for a long time. The variance on the east side I don't think will negatively impact the neighbor. In fact, the neighbor's house has no windows on the west side. They won't even, so from inside the house, you won't even see the house at 11 Spring Street. And obviously, the benefit of having a house that's 18 feet wide in terms of just the interior design is it's so much more practical than a narrow 10-foot house. So I think here, I would weigh the benefits to the applicant over whatever the negative impact of the extra width.
And what about all the other conditions regarding the drainage and it had to be sprinkled?
The sprinkling, that's obviously something that's required as part of the stipulation. And I must say, I tried to wade through the drainage study best I could. I'm not a civil engineer. But I was actually surprised that that there's going to be an extra catch basin and a culvert, the swale, and then the culvert under the road into the stream. I wasn't expecting that, and I think that should address the drainage issues. At least that was the sense that I got, and the town's engineer signed off on it.
Okay.
So.
But our granting of the variance, that doesn't supersede the stipulation, or do we need to put those conditions in the approval?
Since both parties have agreed to it, I don't know if it's necessary. I think it's something that we could do if it.
Well, the drainage mitigation is detailed in a report and plans prepared by Joseph Berger, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
So one condition might be that those drainage mitigation measures, as set forth in that plan, be carried out by the applicant. The stipulation of the litigation called for the submission of a floor plan for the proposed structure which shall be sprinklered. So if there was a condition attached to the variance, if granted, that sprinkling of the house occur, that would be totally consistent with the judicial stipulation.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think it's safer to put that into, if we grant the variance, that condition. So there's not an argument that it was, the granting superseded this stipulation, but.
Okay, my sense is that there's a consensus among the board that we approve this variance, subject to a bunch of conditions. Am I totally wrong, or somebody sort of nod?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, because what I'd like to do then, let me make the motion for approval, and then as a group, let's detail the conditions.
Everybody gets one?
Yeah, why not? Okay, we're real democratic group here. Okay. I move that the board approve the request for a variance set forth in item number 1. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report. The approval of this variance is subject to the following conditions. 1, the house shall be sprinklered. 2, that adequate screening be provided along the east side of the property, and this screening shall consist of fencing and/or plantings. That will be a minimum of 4 feet in height.
How about maintenance of said?
Condition number 3, the catch basin and drainage improvements set forth in the study by Berger Associates and approved by the town engineer shall be included. 4, the height of the structure shall comply with the town code. That is a maximum of 35 feet or 2.5 stories. Condition 5.
That the footprint shall not exceed 30 by 18.
Okay. Condition 6.
That the parking area shall not be enlarged.
Condition 7. Is that it?
Well, he had said that he's going to be taking down the proposed deck. I mean, the framework for that.
Yeah, the 7, the existing overhang shall be removed.
It's the proposed deck, right.
Any other conditions that people would? Okay.
Some goofy.
Okay, and I think
sort of thing, yeah.
all of these came up in the discussion, so none of this is going to be a surprise to the applicant. Okay.
Second.
Okay. Motion been made and seconded to approve the variance to allow a single-family house to be located 11 feet from the side lot line, subject to 7 conditions. There's no further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Recusals? Okay, the variance is approved 6-1. Okay. Item number 2, and of course, this is going to be both 2 and, thank you, Mr. Blass, for.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay.
Good evening.
Items number 2 and 3. Item 2, a series of variances and,
Can we let the
Take
other
these-
people that have sat here through most
They've
of
been
the
sitting
night,
here alone.
we let them,
oh, okay,
them first?
okay. All right, let's see, who would be next?
Well, Arnfield and the
Simpson and,
the other one, Arnfield and
9 and 10, okay. All right, item number 9, John and Mary Simpson, 46 Overlook Road. A variance to allow a proposed home addition to be located 29 feet from the rear lot line where 30 feet is required. It's a type 2 action. The county's had no comment, and in your packet, there's a staff report recommending that this be approved. Questions, comments? I think this is pretty straightforward.
Pretty easy.
Okay. Christine, you want to do this one?
I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth in item number 9. This decision is based upon a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
second.
Okay, let's see, Paul, you're recusing yourself on this one?
I am indeed.
Okay, so Phyllis is a voting member. Comments? All right, if not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, approved 7-0. And item number 10, 4 Monroe Drive, variance to allow an existing screened porch 14 feet 5 inches from the side lot line where 20 feet is required. Again, this is a type 2 action, so there's no environmental decisions to be made. The county has not commented, and the staff report recommends approval of this variance. Okay, questions, comments? All right, I don't see there any issue. Betty, you want?
Sure. I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth in item number
10.
10. This decision is based upon a review of the application, the testimony set forth by the applicant, the testimony offered in the public hearing, the result of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, that the board adopt as findings the determinations and found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve the variance been made and seconded. If there are no further comments, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, approved 7-0.
Okay.
Okay, good night.
Okay, good night.
Okay, we are back now to item number 2, Malabar Realty, 798 Dutchess Turnpike, 219 Overrocker Road. Item 2, a series of variances. Item 2, special use permits for a motor vehicle service facility and for a motor vehicle rental business. Okay, a lot of stuff here. And I'm not sure how the board wishes to begin sorting through this. We could begin by looking at specific variances. We could actually take them in the opposite order and look at the special use permits. Or we could do some combination. I think let me just make sure that we've got the legal groundwork laid out here. And that's, my understanding is that The application as it stands for a set of area variances and for 2 special permits is basically the issue here. That there are no other confounding legal questions that we need to resolve first.
That's correct.
Okay, okay. All right, so that whole issue about
The use variance.
non-conforming
Area
uses and pre-existing uses is really,
Table, it's moot. Considering that the applicant has conceded that they need a special use permit, the issue of whether the use lapsed at any time is no longer relevant, because the board is considering this as if it's irrelevant whether the use lapsed. It's a special use permit.
okay. In that case, to what extent is the history of the site even relevant?
It's relevant to the considerations of the character of the neighborhood as the board takes those into account. The use, it goes as one of the elements of the area variances. As far as the special use permit, it's somewhat relevant to, as one of the things that the board needs to consider is whether the use is within the character of the neighborhood. As the board knows, with a special use, a use that's granted pursuant to a special use permit, the use is a permitted use in the code. And the town board has found by the determination of making it a specially permitted use, that it's a use that's permitted, but it's a type of use that requires extra review by the board and analysis of case-specific factors. So to that extent, that's where the history of the property would come into play.
So that the question is, to what extent the current proposal would change the character of the neighborhood, and change it for the better or the worse?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
So in that sense, what has been going on there, what is currently there now, is a factor.
It's a factor in terms of both the area variance and, to a lesser extent, with the special permitted use.
Thank you. Okay, good. And by the way, just publicly, thank you for weeks of guidance on this. Okay. All right. Your thoughts?
I have perhaps a suggestion. Maybe we should adjourn this and give the applicant an opportunity to come up with a plan for better screening of Over Rocker.
The problem with that is that the public hearing was closed tonight. So if you wanted to take any new submissions from any person or entity regarding this application, you would have to renotice and reopen the public hearing.
Okay. The other reservation I have about doing some of that is, from my point of view, one of the frustrating things here is that many of the issues lie in a kind of no man's land between zoning board and planning board. And
Most of the issues, I think, are planning board issues. The lighting, the screening, a lot of that is planning board issues.
Right.
The placing of the dumpster, that's a
Yeah.
planning board
Yeah.
issue. Those type of.
and yet,
The planning board needs us to make a decision before they can do.
Well, that's true. What
Do
I'm
it.
saying is,
Yeah.
a lot of the things that came up tonight are not really anything that we can do much about, because
Yeah.
it's all planning board.
yet what they do may significantly change our judgment about the impact of this on the neighborhood. So, it's this chicken and the egg thing. I mean, one way we could do this would be to list a bunch of conditions that would have to be met by the planning board. we're in, but can we do that?
To me, the planning board is far wiser and better trained at this than we are,
Well, because they have,
because they are accustomed to knowing where the lighting has to be
Well, and-
what the
I
lighting.
mean, they have the
Right.
planning staff that have experience with it. They have the resources of the engineer
Right.
and other town departments if they need it. How do others feel about this?
We take this item at a time, like you said, or are we just shotgunning this thing right now, basically?
I
Because
think that's what we've got to figure out.
Well, you gotta let's refer back to the rentals. He made a statement that there's no money in rentals. Why have them there? Because he was number one in the county or whatever, that doesn't make it clear to me that we should allow, if we allow this, we should allow rentals.
But that's a special use permit, and if he meets the criteria.
Yeah.
Each of these uses is a specially permitted use, and I have a copy of the special use permit regulations with me that what the board needs to consider for each of those two uses. And basically, the use is permitted with a site-specific analysis. And it says that the zoning board shall take into consideration the public health, safety, and welfare, and shall assure itself of the following. And there are 4 criteria. The first is that there shall not be any detrimental effect by the establishment of such use on other uses within the district. The second is that the use will be in harmony with the orderly development of the district and the location, nature, and height of buildings, walls, fences, and parking areas will not discourage the appropriate development and use of adjacent lands. The third, all structures, equipment, materials shall be reasonably accessible to fire and police. And fourth, that the use meets the prescribed requirements for the district in which located, including minimum yard requirements, et cetera, which is our area variance issues.
Well, some of those are detrimental. The neighbors are saying they're detrimental. The light impact, the noise impact.
What's the definition of district?
Well, that's the question. If it's, excellent question. I think that's a planning question, not a legal question.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony.
I know I'm still a big novice at this, but, it seems to me that, that the problem is that this seems to be a grossly aggressive and overdeveloped project, which is requiring all of these special considerations. So instead of looking at the problem, we're looking at how to give solutions to symptoms of the problem. And, that property is an eyesore, but I think that there could be better development of that corner. I don't know if by these people or by somebody else, but it looks like if the proposal does not exceed the ability of the property so dramatically, then we don't have as many considerations to make here. So I almost think we're looking at this thing a little bit backwards. I think the project is grossly overstated to begin with, and I think that's giving us a lot of the difficulties we have.
I am very sympathetic to that point of view.
Yeah, we mentioned, Arthur, you mentioned U-Haul. A couple of the reports in here talk about the amount of volume that X amount of pumps will produce. It doesn't, if you eliminated the rental and you eliminated one island of pumps, well, now the building doesn't just have to move out, the building can move down a little bit. And if the building moves down a little bit and moves out, then the entrance and exit can be moved also. Another thing that I think it was the architect mentioned when he was referring to the traffic and DOT numbers, he said that because there was concern about coming out and, making, how many people are actually going to make a left-hand turn and then make another left?
Yeah.
Okay, he said, well, there's only been, pretty sure he said, 2 traffic accidents. Well, that's great, because there's no activity there, because there's nothing going on in that corner. But if all of a sudden you start, you dump 300 cars a day into that area, everybody's not going to go out and make a left and make another left. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to take the quick way around. And I'm sure if everybody did make a left and another left, a left onto Overrocker and a left onto 44 to continue west, I think you're going to see a higher incidence. If it's not a controlled intersection, you're going to see a much higher incidence of traffic accidents. I know myself, there's a lot of places when I have to go left, I make a right to go left. And I don't think you're going to see that happening. I think the answer is going to be to avoid that leftist. I think they're going to make a right onto Overrocker, and they're going to go around, and they're going to, have a detrimental impact on the neighborhood. So I really think we're not. I think the problem is the project and the scope of the project, and not all the individual variances.
If I can make 2 points about that before you move on to the next. One is actually responding to your question earlier of what the district is. I think that the district would refer to the zoning district that would be the BH district. And if the board were to take that into consideration, that would eliminate the concerns of the residences. So obviously they're the neighboring properties, but when the code talks about the district, I'd have to look at it, but I would think that it would probably be the zoning district in which the property was situated. But that's something I could look into after this if the board, if you decide not to make your final decision tonight. The other point is the property, as you discussed, is now 2 separate lots looking to be merged into 1 lot, but even as such, it's still 0.8, which is, there's a total of 2 acres for the zoning, and I think that's a lot of the issues that have arisen too. In terms of, if this were a 2-acre lot, we probably wouldn't be having the same conversations.
Oh, almost certainly we wouldn't, yeah. Okay, then would you clarify one further thing? The fact that these are existing lots in a BH district, okay. So the requirement in the district for any use is a minimum of 2-acre lots, okay. But because they're existing, they're not held to the 2-acre requirement.
Correct.
Okay.
Any lot that's an existing building lot, we've had other situations even tonight where there were smaller residential lots, and then the zoning was upzoned to a larger acreage requirement. You're not allowed to deny a property owner the ability to use their lot. Once they have a legally buildable lot, they're allowed to do something with it, and then it becomes the board's responsibility to balance the property owner's interest with the neighboring interests and the zone requirements.
Okay. Then, okay, great. That's what I thought, but I wanted it confirmed. Back to the question of the district, I was just checking for the area variances. The consideration that we have to consider benefit to the applicant if the variance is granted as weighed against the detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood or community.
Correct.
Such grant. So
the standard for the area variance is different than the standard for the granting of the special use permit.
Okay. All right. Okay, but let's come back to Tony's argument, which I think really gets to the heart of a lot of this. I mean, is this just too much? Is that what's
too big for the property? It's too big. It's way too big for the property. That makes no sense. I mean, if you go up the street, if you look at your Stewart's stores, doing exactly the same thing, nowhere near 4,500 square feet that I've seen a Stewart's store.
in terms of the building.
in terms of the building, so that would eliminate that problem. Like you said, you could slide the building back.
Okay, how many gas pumps do they have there?
Stewart usually has
Stewart?
two pumps, four capable pumps, but two dual pumps, I believe most of them are.
Right.
Most of them.
How many does the
They don't have that kind
other
of
gas
property
station
either.
across the street?
They have a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
I think they got
With a lot less
eight pumps.
property.
Eight pumps.
Yeah, with a lot less.
But, you know,
Space.
regardless how many they have there, you're, like you said, you're putting a lot of stuff in a 5-pound bag.
Yeah, right.
Potatoes,
I realize
call it what you will.
there's a North Dakota version of
Call it
that.
what you
There's a New
will.
York
Just
version.
did that with another
I'll give you the
thing
North
tonight.
Dakota one.
But,
You know,
but it's just, I mean, why do they need a store that big in that little tiny footprint? And again, you know, 4 pumps, they could probably get away with 4 pumps and a much smaller canopy with less lighting.
Well,
Well, that's all regulated.
we know,
Size of the
we know why they
canopies and all
why they
that.
want it. I mean, you know, this is, it's a business decision. But I think what Tony is putting his finger on is that the size of the project that you mentioned drives many of the variances.
Almost all of them.
That if there were fewer pumps, if the building was a little smaller, they would still need variances.
Less.
But less. Okay.
Less size.
And that may allow some different screening, get room for screening
Less the
and
impact
buffers.
to the neighbors.
And reduce the impact, yeah, so that, you know.
So at this point, Jim, can we request of the applicant to scale back on the whole scope of the project? And it's not that he can't have a gas station or a convenience store and that sort of thing, but also take into these conditions with the neighbors. You certainly could give him the impression that we're not ready to vote positively on this.
Okay, I think where our wise counsel points out, we've closed the public hearing.
We did.
And maybe we were a little quick to do that.
Yeah.
The other thing that we could do is just deny it. And I think, the problem with denying it is that then they can't come back for another 18 months, but I don't know if we can waive
Why
that.
don't we just reopen? Can't we just reopen it?
Well, you'd have to notice the public hearing, which I assume we could. I mean, it would be as if it were starting a new public hearing. You could incorporate the earlier testimony by reference if you wanted to. But technically, you have an application before you for a certain proposal.
Right.
And that's what you are allowed to act on. And I don't know if you could commence a new public hearing on the possibility that they might submit an alternate proposal. What you could do is you don't have to make your determination tonight, and the applicant, by viewing the public record, will know what the board's thinking was and may decide on its own initiative to consider new or stand on their existing application.
You think that's a good idea for us to defer this then?
Up to the board whether you, you have an application before you, and your choices are approve with conditions, or deny.
If we were to deny, and they were to have to hold off for 18 months, there's a whole bunch of unsafe building
Stuff going on, right?
I mean, would those have to be addressed?
Yeah, and that site isn't getting any prettier.
And it's a safe, I mean, really, I was shocked that it was such a safety thing and that the gentleman wasn't doing anything even while he was waiting for us.
I believe that some of those matters are being addressed by the town board. and that they are under an obligation to do certain things by certain dates as per the town board's requirements. So I don't think the unsafe condition would stay. And alternately, I don't also think it's this board's purview. That should be left to the zoning department and the planning department, and the code enforcement officer, et cetera, to take care of those. But so in terms of the application, I don't think they should come into your consideration, but in terms of the delay, I think they are being addressed now in any event.
Right. Okay.
The board has 62 days from the close of the public hearing to
Right.
make your decision.
Okay. We could defer the decision.
That, of course, but I'd like to have it deferred with a purpose. Okay, let me just take kind of a straw poll here, because I think it's important going forward. I mean, how many of you agree that a major issue here is that the proposal is too ambitious in terms of the parcel? Right?
I do.
Agree with that.
Okay, I think the clear consensus here. Okay, good. Okay, so in that case, I think we're down to really two options, and one is to deny this. And I think I think we've done this before. I think there's a way of denying it kind of without prejudice that would sort of invite the applicant to come back with another version. Or we could try to approve this with a series of conditions that maybe we could formulate in terms of a building with less square footage, maybe a maximum number of pumps, something like that.
Then we're rewriting their entire.
That's up to them to do.
The property. I don't think that's our job.
Well, and I agree with you, because I don't want to be an amateur architect, engineer here.
If we deny it, I thought you said they had.
But I think there might be a way we could phrase some of those conditions that essentially lets them know what goals they have to achieve by redesigning it, and then let them do that. Okay. I don't know if we can do that or not.
I don't think I have enough knowledge to put that kind of, I mean, some of the things that I mentioned was, I don't know, and Arthur, you mentioned it, U-Haul, don't see the point. 3 islands, don't see the point based on some of the other information that was submitted. Size of the building, I couldn't tell you anything there. I have nothing common sense wise to add to that, although I've been in a lot of stewards that don't seem that large, and so I don't know that I have enough knowledge to make that kind of those kind of suggestions.
Okay. I'm thinking now I would like to defer this to the next meeting, and to give myself some time to think about how I might phrase some of those conditions. Maybe we also can consult with the planning and zoning staff, see if they have any ideas of kind of where we go from here.
As council said, if we defer it, they should be able to read between the lines on some of this if they're.
I believe so.
Look at these
I'd
records.
also would like the opportunity to confirm that when they talk about the district for the special use permit, what that means. And also to look into your 18-month prohibition and whether we could do that with prejudice, without prejudice, and what the ramifications of that are. So that if the board were inclined to deny it, but to allow the applicant to come back with a revised plan, I would like to do that in a manner that's possible. Honestly, I don't know about the 18 months, so I'd like to look at that.
Okay. A couple of years ago, I'm pretty sure we had a similar kind of thing and we denied something, but did so in such a way that they could.
Typically, if you deny without prejudice, you're explicitly acknowledging the right to come back.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
I'm good with that.
should we
Let's do.
August 10.
to
Yeah.
adjourn our deliberations until what?
August 10th?
August 10th. Okay, I move that the ZBA defer its deliberations, or adjourn its deliberations to the meeting of August 10th.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we will return to this on August 10th. Okay, I am actually glad this gives me some time to go back over this, digest some of the comments that were made during the public hearing. Okay, item 4. Okay.
Back in second here, right?
Okay, 102 Over Rocker Road, a variance to allow an existing deck to be located 8 feet 6 inches from the side lot line where 20 feet is required. Type 2 action, and there's a staff report recommending that this be approved. Comments? Questions? Nope.
No.
Okay. Let's see, Art, I guess it's your turn.
Okay. I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth in item 4. This decision is based on a review of the application, testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing,
Love it.
results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, and Paul, you've recused yourself on this one?
I did indeed.
You did indeed. Okay, so Phyllis is a voting member. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Approved? 7-0. Item 5, Mario Giampaolo, 9 Main Street, New Hamburg, variance to allow home addition to be located 8 feet 8 inches from the north front yard line where 30 feet is required, and 8 feet 6 inches from the south lot line where 10 feet is required. Type 2 action, the staff recommends approval. I would just note that in the staff report, there's a typo in the application type. Instead of 8.8 feet, it's 8 feet 8 inches, and similarly 8 feet 6 inches. Minor, but just so we dot all the i's. Seems to me this is pretty straightforward. Anybody have any?
No.
Problems? Okay. I move that the board approve the request for a variance set forth in item number 5. The decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts its findings, the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report. So moved.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further comments, been made and seconded, all in favor of item 5?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, approved, 7-0. Item number 6, Steve Kilpert, 5 Holland Court, variance to allow home addition to be 12 feet from the side lot line where 20 feet is required. Type 2 action, staff report recommends approval. Any questions, comments on this one? All right, Paul, you want to do this?
Sure. I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth in item number 6. This decision is based on a review of the application, testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. And approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, approved 7-0. Items number 7 and 8, should we vote on these separately?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so item 7, 20 Kinderhook Drive, a variance to allow a home addition 8 feet from the side lot line where 20 feet is required. It's a type 2 action. The staff recommends this be approved. I believe this doesn't require any change in the existing footprint, so the addition is going to be no closer to the side lot line than the existing garage. Any comments? When we get there. Yeah, okay. Wait, let me check one
Do
of
the area first? Or do the?
Yeah, we're doing the area.
The area unless you do the special use permit, right?
No, I mean, he could build an addition without having a accessory apartment.
And you can't do the special use permit first because you have to have your area variances in place. Otherwise, you're not in conformance with all the rules, which is one of the requirements for the special use permit.
Okay,
Moving right along.
thank you.
Whatever she said.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, now wait a minute, I'm trying to find the staff report for area variance.
Everything.
Special use permit. Huh, oh, I didn't get it. Okay, this is the special use permit. Item number 7.
You're killing me.
I just want to double check. Okay, all right.
A typo in item 4 on this, there's a not missing. I believe it was the intent of the planners to say that
Item
it's.
3 or item 4?
Take that.
Yeah, there was an earlier, you're absolutely right, an earlier typo.
We've been fixed.
And I believe it was 4. There's a not that got in there.
And McLaughlin?
I have, under mine on McLaughlin, item 4 reads, "The encroachment of the proposed addition into the side yard setback is substantial." I thought it meant to, it's not substantial with respect to the dimensional characteristics.
I have it up top, I have it, the variance request is minimal and is not substantial, we changed it.
Okay. I apologize. This,
And then they have to coincide, they have to both say not substantial, right?
right.
Okay, I have lost complete track of
Is it number
different
3?
versions.
Just say yes.
Okay, we're on item number 7. I just have a note here that the staff recommends approving that, but I don't have the paperwork in front of me. I guess it must have been emailed to me or something. Or late this afternoon,
Oh, you mean-
whatever.
The staff report?
Yeah,
You,
for item number 7,
yeah,
you have that?
yeah, for Kinderhook.
Yeah.
Yes.
You just get it?
Right here.
Sandy?
I did, I handed them out.
Who's over here, Jim?
Oh, I don't,
Not listed.
Is.
The notes?
okay, I just want to make,
Okay.
okay, fine, all right. Okay, so, Tony, you want to do number 7?
Okay.
I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth in item number 7. This decision is based on a review of the application, testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in public hearing, results of site visits by board members and staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determination found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, motion to allow the variance at 20 Kinderhook Drive, made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, adopted 7-0. Okay, item 8 is a special use permit to allow the creation of an accessory apartment within an existing single-family home. This is an unlisted action, so I move that for purposes of the environmental review of the special use permit application at 20 Kinderhook Drive, that the ZBA declare itself lead agency for this purpose.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move that the ZBA finds that the application for a special use permit at 20 Kinderhook Drive will have no significant impact on the environment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now we can move to the motion. I believe the staff report goes through each of the items on the general criteria for a special use permit, and also the special criteria. And appears that all of them would be met. Does anybody have any questions or
Let's
comments?
say, see staff report.
Yeah, and,
Right.
let's see, okay, does meet, okay, any, comments, questions on this?
No.
Okay.
It appears that they meet the criteria set forth by the.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very ambitious remodeling and expansion project. I wish them well. Okay, let's see. Carmen, you want to do this special permit?
Okay. I move to approve the request for a special use permit set forth in item number 8. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony gathered during the public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this request for a special use permit, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 and 2 here, criteria set forth?
And,
I think if you just say.
In the code?
the
Just say-
criteria,
yeah, just
town
say-
code.
The criteria set forth in the town code. Thank you.
Second.
Second.
okay, motion to approve the accessory apartment at 20 Kinderhook Drive has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, approved. We've acted on 9 and 10. Item number 11, John Diaz, 95 Spackenkill Road. Variance to allow a proposed home addition to be located 14 feet 5 inches from the side lot line where 20 feet is required. A type 2 action. And there's a staff report that recommends that this be approved. Okay. Questions, comments? All right, I guess we're back to you, Christine.
Okay. Let me just see what number this, okay. I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth in item number 11. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Second. Second.
Okay, motion to approve number 11 has been made and seconded. There's no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, approved, 7-0. Item 12, Vassar College, or more specifically the bookstore, 60 Raymond Avenue, a variance to allow a non-permanent sidewalk sign advertising a business that is not located on the lot on which the sign is placed. Okay? And also, okay. All right. And let's see. It's an unlisted action. So I move that for purposes of considering the environmental impact of the proposal at 60 Raymond Avenue, that the ZBA declare itself lead agency.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move that the ZBA finds that the action proposed at 60 Raymond Avenue will have no significant impact on the environment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Okay, on the variance itself, any comments?
Yep, don't like it. We're giving them approval to have a sign out there forever, and then everybody else in Arlington's gonna want a sign. You know,
Actually, I think that the business district there actually likes the idea of these sidewalk signs and
Well, yeah,
will-
sure.
of course they would, but
probably,
Policing them up.
will probably be,
well, then have them
looking
change
to expand.
instead of us voting on it, just have them change the zoning law for that district.
well, they may do that, but
But I don't,
this
I
is,
don't, I
this is
don't
the
like it.
application.
They've got it on the door. It's not our fault.
I think it's more of a function of the signage they have on the door rather than the fact that you can't figure. First of all, it's a college bookstore.
Right. How many outside people are gonna go in there and buy gifts?
I did watch people, we watched people go in there over the weekend, but the signs they have on the door are not in any way appealing or attracting or any way. I think they need to find some other mechanism before they go to a sidewalk sign.
You know, if the sign said Vassar Bookstore with a little arrow, I would probably be more inclined.
And how about an
But it
awning?
looks more like an advertisement to me
Exactly what it is.
than a location. And usually, signs of this nature are temporary. You know, for the most part, they've never been anything permanent in the town, so I don't know.
Would they consider an awning a good place for the sign for the
They
bookstore?
would need a variance for it.
Yeah, and I don't,
The argument that students attending Vassar cannot find the bookstore.
It's pretty scary, isn't it?
I think it really is.
Usually about halfway through the semester before I find the bookstore.
You know,
I
and
can find it.
they can find everything else with their phone, and you know, they can Google Google anything else, but they can't find the bookstore. I think this is kind of.
Yeah. Well, even if they needed a variance, I think an awning might be attractive. That's not a very attractive building anyway right now.
yeah, I don't think they could ever put an awning up because of the architecture.
Right. I couldn't go for the sandwich board either. Okay.
I'm gathering.
Getting a feeling here, are you?
There's a consensus against it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Christine likes it.
I think if the alternative is to put a sign up that's going to detract from the Juliet sign, I think that's far worse than a sandwich board that can be moved in.
But I think that, I don't know that they need a sign. I don't know that they need a sign. They have,
Well, they
First of all,
Buy on one side.
what's that?
Isn't BurgerFi right?
Can't put a permanent sign, Christine.
It is BurgerFi.
Well, they could, but they're gonna have to get DOT approval because the footprint of the building is the property line.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes.
Whoa. I didn't realize DOT went that deep.
Well, you think DOT's gonna start allowing people?
Does the county have?
Maybe they would. That's up to DOT. Yeah, they would.
No, I know
I
that,
think a permanent sign in the ground is gonna be a little bit more of a review. DOT will see. They may go for it, but they'll still want it.
Okay, so, if the consensus is to deny this, then we need to phrase the motion, as a denial and list the reasons. So, somebody want to volunteer to do that?
Okay.
Well, let's just do a little straw vote. I would support this variance. Seeing, okay. Art, no. Betty, no. Paul, no. Tony, I gather you're not thrilled about this.
Nay.
And you're not? No. Okay. Okay, Betty, you want to make the motion?
Come on, Betty.
Well, I need to find something with, a little criteria on it.
I think
Okay.
if you,
I make a motion that we deny the area variance set forth in item number 12. I guess we have to go through whether the undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or detriment to nearby properties be created by granting the area variance. I would say that yes, it would be, because right now there are no sandwich boards or no signs of that nature that are not affixed to a building. So I said, I think that would change the character of the neighborhood. Whether the benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some other method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance, I think that they could possibly find another way. Maybe a small sign on the building or some other way to let people know where there are. Whether the requested area variance is substantial. In fact, it is. It's 100% variance because it's not allowed at all. Whether the proposed variance would have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions of the neighborhood or district. I guess that's subjective in as much as it kind of goes along with the character of the neighborhood, and it would be different than anything that is there in either direction, including College Avenue. And whether the alleged difficulty was self-created, absolutely it is self-created, or perhaps in there, because it appears from the sign that they would like to advertise some special events or special things for sale, whatever. And so yes, it is self-created.
Second.
okay, motion to deny item number 12 made and seconded. Is there any other comment or discussion?
Should we add that it would stop
Okay,
each
so
person?
just a reminder, a vote of yes is a vote to deny. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. So denied 5-2. Okay. Item 13. The Stewart's at 6 Manchester Circle, a variance to allow a 10-by-7 covered roof to be located 29 feet from the rear property line where 50 feet is required. The type 2 action. The county has not commented, and I don't know, is there a staff report on this?
Local concern.
Local concern, okay.
And it's not an awning, it's actually a shed, right?
Yeah, in this case, we understand that what they mean by a covered roof is in fact an enclosed.
A covered roof with walls.
Oh, covered
And a
walls.
floor.
There you go.
And a door, covered walls.
Yes, okay, all right. And I guess they must have gotten onto this covered roof business because it's different from the roof line of the rest of the building.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, is there a staff report on this?
No. Oh, yes.
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 Yes,
Is-
Yes.
yeah. We
Well,
do.
wait a minute, maybe this is, yeah, this is the one where, in fact, there's a typo in the staff recommendation, where it says, submitted granting of this variance would not result in detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood, and that this variance should be granted. So strike the not from the staff report.
We have seeker also.
The second not, yes.
That negates the first one.
Okay. Okay, any discussion about this? To me, this is a very, very minor change.
It's a reasonable,
Yeah, I mean, you really have to go walk around the building to find it. Okay. Art, you want to make the motion on this?
Sure. Do we need seeker?
yeah,
Go ahead.
it's unlisted, right?
Go ahead. But he's gonna do the seeker.
I found that these,
This is a type 2, so we don't have to do a seeker.
I've had ones that, the houses.
This is for number 13.
Okay. I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth on item 13. This decision is based on a review of the application, testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. Approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Second.
Okay,
Where are you?
a motion's been made and seconded to approve the application in item 13. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Item 13 is approved 7-0. Okay. Item number 14, a special use permit required in regard to the installation of the 10-by-7 covered roof off the rear of the existing commercial building. The new special permit is required because this is an expansion of the current special use permit. Okay. There is, this is unlisted action, so I move that the ZBA declare itself lead agency for purposes of the environmental review of the application at 6 Manchester Circle.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move that ZBA finds that the action proposed at 6 Manchester Circle will have no significant impact on the environment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Is there a staff report on this?
Yes.
I don't believe there, I don't have it.
I'm going home.
Okay, oh, yummy. Let's see. Okay, to do a special use permit, Lord. Okay, I've got to find a template to work off. Yeah, but I have to go through all the criteria.
The report that was for item 7 or 8, one of those was a special use permit. There's a staff report for that one, no?
Yeah, I've got the one for Malabar. Okay, because this,
You don't think that it simply continues to meet the criteria of the code, and this is just a small additional expansion?
how much do I have to do here?
I think given the scope of this application, I don't think that anyone will get hung up on the details of this individual criteria.
Okay,
I think Paul's absolutely right.
okay, all right,
See this back?
oh, where's my cheat sheet? Okay. I move to approve the request for a special use permit set forth in item number 14. decision is based on a review of the application, testimony of the applicant, testimony gathered during the public hearing, results of site visits by board members and the town staff. And the ZBA finds that the request for a new special use permit based on the addition of a 10-foot by 7-foot rear storage area meets the criteria of the original special use permit that was granted for the use at 6 Manchester Circle.
Does
So
not-
move.
Second.
Okay. No further discussion?
No.
So the motion to approve special use permit at 6 Manchester Circle, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The special use permit is approved. Two more items. The town planning board is requesting to serve as lead agent for the review of the Hudson Heritage Project on North Road. This is the old psych center. I move that the ZBA agree to the planning board request that they serve as lead agency for the Hudson Heritage Project.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, the second item, the planning board also would like to serve as lead agent for the Creek Road Apartments, 84 to 92 Creek Road. I move that the town ZBA agree that the town planning board should serve as the lead agent for the Creek Road Apartments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and finally, on the last item of business, I would just remind everybody that starting with the next meeting, August 10th, our meetings will start at 6 o'clock.
Yes.
Hopefully, we'll end
By 6:30?
an hour earlier. I thank the board members for their perseverance and endurance, and I thank the members of the public that were here for their patience. We had to deal with a couple of complicated cases, and I think it worked out well. We are now adjourned.
No motion?
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
We're all-
Okay.